is on this day.
In 2002, that song, Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen, was voted the UK's favorite single of all time.
Of all time.
Yeah.
They looked at all the singles and said, that's the one.
That's the one.
It is, it says here, it is many people call it the greatest song ever written. Still one of the best-selling rock singles of all time, voted the Song of the Millennium in 2000.
Wow.
And was recorded in the Guinness Book of World Records as the #1 song of all time.
The others on the list.
Yes.
Number 2, Imagine by John Lennon.
That's nice.
So just not quite the greatest song of all time.
Second greatest song of all
Second
time.
greatest?
Yeah.
Third
Adjacent.
greatest song of all time, Hey Jude.
Adjacent to the greatest song of all time.
Okay. Hey, Jude.
Fourth greatest song of all time, Dancing Queen.
Oh, well.
Okay. Yeah. We can stop there.
And then fifth, I just have one more.
Okay.
And fifth, really? Like a Prayer?
Madonna?
Yeah. Fifth.
Yeah, no.
Right?
No.
That's not even the best Madonna song.
It isn't.
No. I remember they played Bohemian Rhapsody on the radio, which was unusual because it's so long, and most radio formats they don't like that.
Well, they addressed that in the movie.
I don't remember that.
Oh
What did
yeah,
they-
no. Freddie Mercury says there's your single, and the record company says that
It's too
there's
long.
no way we
well,
can play
yeah.
that. And he said, I don't care.
That's the
the
single.
single.
That's what we got.
And it wasn't a hit, as I recall, at first.
I don't.
I could be wrong.
I don't think
but
so.
It
I don't
seemed
think
to
it
me
was.
like it wasn't a hit at first until after years
Caught on.
it caught on. And then Wayne's World, it was in Wayne's World, and then that's when it really...
No, I think it had its
Took off.
second. Its
second
was,
life?
Oh yeah, it was
I,
popular.
like I said, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean it was big enough hit that they play a 6-minute song on the radio, on on KCPX or whatever it was.
As 99 FM.
And everybody, people keep saying, well, what does it mean? What does that song mean? And I guess Freddie Mercury just refused to really say anything much about it. He never, just listen to it.
Here's what he said. It's about how different his life could have been, how much happier he could have been had he just been able to be himself his whole life.
Oh.
And Galileo is in there because Brian May is an astrophysicist.
This is not. Why is this? I mean, it's
What?
a fine song, but it's not
Just
What?
Madonna. This is
Oh.
Like a Prayer. This is. It's fine.
hey.
Fifth greatest song of all time.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I'd put La Isla Bonita before this.
Absolutely.
Nice.
This is pretty good.
It's fine. It's just fine.
That's pretty good. I don't know if it's the number 5 greatest song of all time.
You put this next to Bohemian Rhapsody? That doesn't make
Yeah.
any...
It's better than Dancing Queen.
Well, that's...
Yeah,
No?
And it's time for Art Bell. West of the Rockies, 877-602-9696. East of the Rockies, 877-602-9696.
Art Bell.
And here's Art Bell.
Okay.
What?
Can we hear La Isla Bonita?
You want to hear La Isla Bonita?
I actually
You
really
do
that
like
song.
La Isla
Yes, I do.
Bonita?
I
Last
don't
night
know.
I dreamt of San Pedro.
I don't know why. I don't have any idea why I like it, but
Okay, here we go.
Let's
Just
see.
for you. By request from
Okay,
Little
thank
Bill
you.
Allred.
thank you.
Little Bill Allred up in Ogden.
I like the radio.
He likes the radio and he likes La Isla Bonita.
I think it's funny you like this song.
It takes too long to get into it.
Here, let me get to you.
Actually, I take it back.
If I'm picking a Madonna
I
song,
take it
it's
back.
Lucky Star.
It's Lucky Star?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Lucky Star.
It's Lucky Star.
What's the one they played in Friends when Ross and Rachel were separating at the airport? What's that one?
Oh, I don't know. I never watched that show.
You never watched Friends?
I'm aware of it.
You never watched Friends?
I mean, I watched it, like, if
you
it
were
was...
dating at the time?
If it was on... Well,
Were you dating
yes,
at
I
the
was
time?
dating. We weren't watching TV.
Not even for a half hour?
Like I said, it was never a destination.
Okay.
If it was on, it was on.
Okay.
You know. This takes too long. Come on, Lucky Star.
Because you're dancing.
Yeah.
You're gonna make everything Come on.
How did this turn into a Madonna
I don't
discussion?
know.
I'm sorry, it was me.
Mm.
I claimed to like La Isla Bonita.
You just
But-
pulled that out of the air, didn't you? You
But
didn't
kind
really-
of. But then when I heard it, I went, no, I don't really like that song at all.
Well, let's get this started so we can get it over.
Okay.
I'm all for that. This is the last day of the week, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, thank God. 877-602-9696. That's the phone number you can use right now to check in with the Radio from Hell show. Wouldn't you like to do that? Sure. Many people do, you know. Many people say, hey, let's check in with the Radio from Hell show. 877-602-9696. Or you can text us if you prefer, 33986.
All right, thank you. Get your free offer at opendoor.com/myoffer. It's important that you go there if you're going to take a look at the website. You can sell your home the new-fashioned way at opendoor.com/myoffer. That's how you need to do it. Just go to opendoor.com like I did, enter your address, tell them a little bit about your house, and they will make you an offer in minutes. Open Door takes a look at your house, along with recent sales in your neighborhood, to come up with a very competitive offer, a real offer. You're going to know how much you'll get. You can close when you're ready. That's very important. And you can do it all online. You can skip the hard parts, the repairs, the prep work, bunch of showings. You don't have to mess with any of that stuff. Sell your home directly to Open Door and skip over the traditional process. So remember, that's opendoor.com/myoffer. You need to put that /myoffer in there. It's very important. Offer eligibility varies. Open Door is represented by Open Door Brokerage, Inc., license 02061130 in California, and Open Brokerage, LLC, in its other markets.
Join X96 this.
So, you may have heard yesterday me talk about I got bit by something over the weekend, and I shared it with you yesterday.
It's on your ankle.
It was on my ankle, and I sent some pictures to Katie. I don't know if she can put those up, but if you follow me on Twitter at RFHGina, you can watch the progression of the injury.
It got ugly. It got really ugly.
Yeah, so yesterday it was like a little, I don't know.
It's just a blister.
A blister. And I actually showed it to our good friend Dr. Cobble, and he said, yeah, you should be all right. You could just, pop it, put some Neosporin on it, cover it with a bandage. You're probably all right, which I did.
Yeah.
I was brave. I got hydrogen peroxide. I got Neosporin. I did the whole thing, and I covered it with a bandage, and I said, well, I'll check it later. But it hurt, like throbbing pain.
Yeah, that's a bad sign.
So a couple hours later, I took it off, and it had gotten much worse, which I posted a picture of that on my Twitter as well. And it was oozy and a weird color, and it hurt. And so after much discussion and tweeting about it, because that's what you should really do, is tweet about it. I talked to my husband about it, and he said, I think you probably should go to the Instacare. This has gotten worse, not better.
Let me know how it goes, babe.
Yeah.
You need a ride
And
home.
I was a little nervous to go to the Instacare. So I went to the one on 4th South. And Bill, is that the one where you went to get your COVID test?
No, that was in a parking lot at
Oh.
a church.
Yeah, this was.
But they
this
do a
was
lot of COVID testing there.
But it was closed. So all the COVID tents were there, but it was closed, which is weird.
9th East?
You know, 4th South, and right there. And so I go into the Instacare, and there's nobody there. And I'm thinking, gosh, is it closed? Nope,
Time
there was
of
a
the day
lady.
was this?
Yesterday.
What time of the day?
Oh, like 5 o'clock.
Huh.
And they checked me in and said, go wait over there. And I said, okay, this is so fun. Because I was nervous about going. And while I was sitting there waiting, these 5 girls come in together. They all had masks on. And one of them goes up to the counter and she says, yes, I think I have a fever and I'm having a hard time breathing. And, you know, she's listing all the COVID symptoms. I'm like, awesome. Now I'm in a waiting room with her. But why are these 4 other girls with her? You needed an entourage to
Yeah, and they're
come
not
to
supposed
the
to do
Instacare?
that. They're supposed to go to the stations outside.
Yeah. Well, they were closed.
Oh,
The stations outside were closed. But why do we need all these people in here? But they took me back, and I said, can you tell what this is that bit me by looking at it? And the doctor said, it's infected now. I can't tell what it was. But we can clean it out for you, give you an antibiotic, and then we're going to test the pus and see what kind of pus it is.
Pus test.
Pus.
Pus
Test
test.
up, pus.
Pus test.
And he said, in order to clean it up, we're going to de-roof it, which is
De-roof
exactly
it.
what it sounds like. They cut the top off of it
Eh.
and let it ooze out.
Eh.
And then they gave me a bunch of stuff at home where I am supposed to change the bandages and clean it up. And I don't have to de-roof it. That's already been done.
Well, they say you're going to be okay.
I mean, yeah, they put me on a pretty strong antibiotic, and he said, we'll get back to you with exactly what, you know, it could be a staph infection, it could be MRSA, it could be who knows what.
Will they be able to tell you what bit you, do you think?
Nope, and that's
No.
the frustrating thing. that
Damn.
He says it's-
That's the big question.
I'm looking here. It says de-roof. The definition of de-roof is to remove the top from a building. So I.
that's how big the pustule got. It was the size of a building.
It also means to remove tissue from a wound.
It did look big, and it did look ooey
It was
gooey.
so gross.
It was dripping at one
Yes.
point. I thought I
Yeah.
saw.
Yep.
Oh, here's the question: if you're taking the antibiotic, can you have wine?
Are you saying
you
there's
ask?
a chance I can't have wine?
Yeah, there's a
Of
chance
course,
that because sometimes they say with some medications.
Oh, man.
That's just those doctors that don't want you to drink.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't last night. Well, because I'm taking so much. It's 3 of these antibiotics 3 times a day. And I'm thinking maybe on alcohol that won't taste so hot.
I think you better check. Yeah.
See, now I don't get what de-roof, but when they say they're going to debride a wound, it's the same thing. Remove unhealthy tissue from a wound.
I don't know.
This is,
I was de-roofed. That's all
Ask-
I know.
Ask your doctor or construction worker.
Would you like to be debrided or de-roofed?
All right.
And yes, remember, call and all of those things because we're doing check-ins right now. But
Absolutely.
that Larry Wilmore bit reminded me
Yeah.
that coming up at about 9:20 this morning, we've got Dustin Lance Black.
The guy who put together Under the Banner of Heaven TV show that's airing on Hulu.
Academy Award winner who put together Under
Yeah.
the Banner of
Oh, yes,
for
that's correct.
for the script for Milk, right?
I believe
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
That was a good movie.
Okay. Anyway, we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696, but we have to officially begin the show first, don't we, Gina?
Yeah, Young Automotive Group is paying for it, so we better.
Okay.
Locally owned, 25 stores, 10 locations in Layton alone. Shop Layton Automotive and Power Sports today. Check out the inventory online at youngautomotivegroup.com. Think young, think Layton.
The moon is 26.9% of full. It's on its way to being full on the 15th. And that full moon on the 15th, it's like some big special eclipse blood moon thing. I'll tell you about that. Yeah, I'll tell you about it coming
Special
up.
moon.
I'll tell you about it coming up in the
Special
news.
moon.
The moon will rise today at 10:20 a.m., today being Friday. It's the 6th day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2022. And now, live and direct from the isla they call Bonita, it's the Radio from Hell show, a beautiful island in a sea of horrible broadcasting. Wow. Radio from Hell, starring the Samba King, Kerry Jackson, the guy who brings the mambo, Bill Allred, and our very own island girl, Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer. She's keeping things on track for us in the booth there, along with able assistants, yeoman assistants from Miriam and Cameron Diaz.
Island girl.
And
What
now,
am I going to do with all this mambo? Well, yeah, it's Friday, and so everyone they're driving to St. George for the Ironman. They're not calling, you know.
Can I pop back to Bohemian Rhapsody for a second? 'Cause I was
Sure.
reading about this is radio adjacent.
Okay.
I love good radio stories.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was telling you that the record company said you can't make Bohemian Rhapsody a single.
Yeah.
right.
And they said, okay, we know a guy. And they went to Capital Radio DJ Kenny Everett. They went to the radio station and they brought a reel-to-reel. And they said, you shouldn't play this on the radio. Wink, wink. And he handed it to him. And the DJ, queued it up on the reel.
Yeah.
And he would, throughout the day, just play little bits of it. And people would call into the radio station and go, is that the new Queen song? Mm-hmm. What is that? He's like, oh, they told me I can't play the whole thing.
Play it.
I can't play it. And created this fervor of Queen fans demanding that he play the whole thing. Mm-hmm. So he finally did. And then the people were like, we got to buy this. Oh, it's not for sale. It was the perfect marketing campaign for this song.
Tell me if this is true. And maybe you could look this up, Gina. But as you were saying that, I seem to remember that they played only part of the song on the radio here for a while because it was so long. They didn't play the whole thing. They they cut it after 3 minutes, some logical place.
I don't know.
I think I seem to remember that they didn't play the whole thing. And then I suspect the same thing happened.
People
we know
demanded
there's
to
more
hear
to
the
that.
whole thing.
Yeah, we know there's more to that song.
Yeah.
It just brought back that memory.
I know. Ron the Carpenter says, hey, not running a marathon. Greetings from Tooele, from Metal Shop Mark. Johnny B checking in, listening while loading my truck for today's adventures. Kirk with the funny voice checking in.
Huh?
I can't remember how Kirk's voice is.
I believe we accused him of having a funny voice, and he was like, "This is
This is my voice. Oh, okay.
I don't.
I thought he was
remember
putting one on. Just enjoying some Mill Creek coffee and waiting to clock into work, as are we. Let's see. Lady Raccoon here. I get to drive the athletes to the Ironman. Washington County has partnered with St. George to run school buses as shuttle drivers, so I get to drive down to St. George to work. They're hiring bus drivers all over the state.
That reminds me. It's the second one of those this morning. Our good friend Kyle Brown is participating in Ironman.
Yes, please, Gina, our son.
Our son Kyle. And there's a really nice story about him in the Salt Lake Tribune. I posted it on Facebook and Twitter.
Yeah, I read some of it yesterday on the air.
Yeah, I just was directing people to go look at the whole thing if they wanted to.
Yeah, I don't know, Kyle, if he's listening. He's probably already in St. George, but man, I think he's crazy, is what I think.
Yeah.
It's just nuts for him to try and do this.
But why not? Good for
Yeah.
him. If it means that much to
Yeah.
him, go try it.
Yeah, and I think his point is, why not? What's the worst that's going to happen? Am I going to die?
Well, that's happening anyways.
Yeah. So no one called for check-ins today?
That's fine.
All right.
Let's see. Well, traffic then, Gina, please.
Okay, well, so I don't know if Bill has this in the news, but there was a multiple agency police chase this morning.
Yeah.
I just heard about it. I haven't seen anything on it yet. What do you know?
Well, I'm just as far as traffic goes, and this may be all cleared up by now, but I'll mention it just in case it's not. State Street closed, both northbound and southbound at 65th South due to a police chase. Use an alternate route around Fashion Place Mall and on and off I-215 in Murray. It's when they say multiple agency, that means that they were chasing this guy through several different cities.
Apparently, there were dozens of cop cars on State Street.
That hasn't been updated in the last few minutes, so that may be cleared up, but that's the only thing I have about it.
Thank you very much. Okay, coming up at 7 o'clock, Sean Means will be here to review movies, including Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
You did not see. I saw
I have
some of
not
your
seen it.
people saw it.
Yes, my dear Rebecca saw it,
Yes.
and Shannon saw it, I believe.
Everybody's
Did you
giving
see
it
it,
pretty
Katie?
good notices.
Katie saw it, yeah.
People were giving it good reviews.
So that's all coming up. We got Big Boy News and Opinuendo after this, though. Stand by.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
You do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday. And so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Yeah, let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk.
Mm-hmm.
Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A quarter teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick. 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Right? Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, to finish it on.
Black
on the
pepper.
Top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it.
Yeah.
Which stains everything it touches.
Yellow.
And I said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And and I can see what, because, yeah, you want to sip a little hot drink no, you have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
And managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about, it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed. This
It
is
says
just
here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger-infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after,
Yes.
and they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand
lovely.
why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid
If
for
my
it.
kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast, just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes.
I've just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes.
I don't.
He is.
Are you sure about the showering
Yes.
thing?
He is.
The lightning round of Ask a Bullfighter.
You could still get in a phone question if you want, 801-359-9696 or 877-602-9696. But we have a lot of text questions. How about your health insurance, Ammon? They must be some. There must be some restrictions, or you have to have.
You must be risky.
You have to have
maybe.
special health insurance, or what?
I don't. It probably would be a good idea if you were going to do it.
You've had
Dang,
injuries.
that's a good idea.
Just thinking about this, are you? All right.
Hey,
Wait a minute.
why didn't I think of that? So what do you? I mean, has your health insurance covered you so far?
Yeah, on the cases where I've needed to go, a lot of the injuries are, you're just going to be sore. You can't really do much for it.
Cinch you up. Just cinch you up on the kitchen table.
Yeah.
Until that big brain injury comes around, then you're going to wish you had it. Let's see. Text question. Not me, of course. I want to ride a bull once before I die. How would I go about doing this?
Good. Well, that's
his bucket list, I guess.
Yeah, it's probably easier than a lot of people think.
Make it the last item on your bucket list.
And finally,
Actually, the Broken Heart Rodeo Company has practice where they buck out some of their younger animals just to see how well they'll perform. And I'm not sure if he's still doing it, but usually it's every Wednesday night in Ogden, the Golden Spike Arena.
you just show up and
Yeah, like there's kids from high school that come and get on, or guys from college that just haven't been riding for a while that want to get back in.
You have to pay a little fee to do it?
Yeah, I think it's like $20, and usually there's enough guys there that have the equipment that if somebody, I've been there before when people have shown up that have never been on an animal before.
I don't have my own rigging.
Yeah, they help them do it. So
Listen to you.
that would be a good. And I know on the website, on the Golden Spike Arena website, there's a calendar, and it'll list on the days that they have practice.
All right. Let's see. How many bones have you broken?
Pretty
standard question.
Probably 5.
5? What was the most painful one? No, no pelvis, I hope.
No, my pelvis is functioning great.
That's good to hear.
Good news for your fiance there too.
My worst injury is probably my ankle when I broke it and
All right.
dislocated it.
Have you ever seen a rider or bullfighter lose their life?
I have not.
That has not happened. Okay.
Not where I've been. Thank goodness.
Let's see.
Do you have to be a big guy to be a bullfighter?
Yeah, I would think because you're over 6 feet, I would think you'd want to be a little guy, like a smaller target.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I'm big or not, but this is my size, and the guy I work with is the guy that I fight bulls with. He's about my same size, and I kind of think of it as there's more cushion for the pushing, or I can take more of a hit. And so maybe if I was a little smaller, maybe if I was smaller, I'd break more bones because I got some padding. I don't know, but
Let's see. Growing up in Franklin, Idaho, where there was nothing to do, have you ever gone cow tipping?
No, I actually we tried one time to see how close we could get, but they weren't really sleeping. So.
Well, you got to make sure.
Isn't that just a myth?
I kind of think it is.
You can't push a cow over when they're asleep.
Gina,
I'm going to look it up.
That's bull.
Look it up.
That's bull is what that is.
Let's get to some big boy news and opinuendo, brought to you by
Electricians, plumbers, HVAC workers, X3 Tradesman is hiring. Work for the leading tradesman employment staffing agency. X3 Tradesman, electricians, plumbers, HVAC workers. Apply now at x3tradesman.com. That's X, just letter X, the number 3, tradesman.com.
Stop! We interrupt this program with a special news bulletin.
It just gets crazier and crazier.
Where?
Everywhere.
Look around you, ma'am.
I know.
President Donald J. Trump in 2020 asked Mark Esper, his defense secretary, about the possibility of launching missiles into Mexico to destroy the drug labs and wipe out the cartels. And Donald Trump said, and you know what? We could keep it a secret. They wouldn't know who did it.
Yeah. Perfectly reasonable.
That's your guy.
Yep.
Oh, Lord.
That's your
Lord.
guy.
That's from a new book by former Defense Secretary Mark Esper.
That's your guy.
Madonna wants to go meet the Pope, have a chat with the Pope.
Why?
She doesn't really say, but on Twitter,
Hey, Pope.
because the Pope is on Twitter, I'm sure.
He is. I follow him.
Yeah.
Well,
He is.
well,
He's on
no, he's not. Somebody is in his stead, but Madonna reached out to Pope Francis, tweeting, "Hello, Pontifex Francis. I'm a good Catholic, I swear. I mean, I don't swear. It's been a few decades since my last confession. Would it be possible to meet up one day to discuss some important matters? I've been excommunicated 3 times. It doesn't seem fair.
No, you haven't.
Sincerely, Madonna."
He hasn't been excommunicated 3 times. You don't
Take it up with Madonna, Gina. I don't know.
Didn't she get in a lot of trouble from them on one
Yeah.
of her tours because
Yes.
she crucified herself or something like that?
Yes,
you
she
don't
did.
get excommunicated multiple times.
Well, just making
Maybe
sure it takes.
once.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
but-
got to do it more than once to make it take.
Yeah, for Madonna, you'd have
Yes.
to do that. Dolly Parton says she's been talking about wanting to make a rock and roll record, and she says she wants the band to be her and the Rolling Stones.
Perfect.
I really
It would be
hope
good.
this would happen. I hope this would happen.
I think folks would listen to that.
Yeah, she said, I have loved the Rolling Stones, and I love Mick Jagger. Ever since I heard Satisfaction, I've been in love with that band. And
I could see it.
she says, I'm hoping we're both around long enough. When I get to doing the record, he'll come and sing along with me.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Now, I was telling you about that lunar eclipse.
Yes.
Just quickly, the moon above Utah on the 15th, that's a Sunday, will turn blood red, apparently, starting at 9:29 p.m. on Sunday, May 15. It's called the full flower moon. It will enter the Earth's shadow, according to Space.com, and cause our planet's satellite to turn the moon to turn a dark shade of red for a few hours.
And the moon will be his blood.
Yeah.
I read that somewhere.
Yep. Lunar eclipse.
We're supposed to head to the mountains and with the white tents up
Is that
there.
right?
That's the thing we're supposed to.
Oh, okay.
Now, Utah reported nearly 1,700 new coronavirus cases
No, that can't be.
in the past 7 days, and 7 more deaths, according to the Department of Health. The number of new cases reported this week, 1,695, was hundreds higher than reported last Thursday. And they're still monitoring the sewage, and they see the coronavirus infection by measuring that, it's going up. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration announced yesterday that it was limiting the authorized use of the Johnson & Johnson COVID-19 vaccine for adults due to studies showing people developing rare and potentially life-threatening blood clots. Now, it's quite rare, but happens often enough that they've decided that they're limiting the use of the J&J.
And they say that if this did happen to you, it would have happened like 2 to 3 weeks after your shot.
If you got it months ago,
Yeah.
don't be worried about it.
And and there's plenty of good, Moderna and Pfizer vaccine to go around. So this is a horrible story. An elementary school psychologist in the Davis School District is facing a misdemeanor charge after authorities say she shared private information about a student with her now ex-husband, who then sexually assaulted the student.
Oh, jeez.
Natalie Stokes of South Weaver was charged Monday in 2nd District Court with 1 count of unauthorized collecting, sharing, or use of private student data. Months earlier, in August, police had arrested her husband, Philip Brandon Stokes. She filed for divorce that month, and it was granted 2 months later. According to charges filed against him, Philip Stokes contacted the young student on TikTok and then on a texting app in March of 2021, identified himself as a 16-year-old boy and aggressively and persistently demanded that she send him nude photos. She complied. Court records and Stokes sent her nude photos of himself as well as other explicit images. But they say he knew about her because of the information his wife
And she's not supposed
gave.
to talk about her students.
She's a school psychologist. You're not supposed to. But she told him apparently some things about this girl that made him think that she was going to be a good target. And that's awful. Yeah. Mike Lee says that the abortion document was leaked from the Supreme Court to intimidate conservative justices. That's why they did
Hardly.
it. Mike Lee said during Senate Judiciary Committee meeting that efforts to pressure PAC and delegitimize the nation's highest court are shameful, wrong, and dangerous. Don't threaten and intimidate the Supreme Court of the United States, and make no mistake, that was the point of that leak, Mike Lee said.
So don't threaten and intimidate, like we did on January 6th.
And law enforcement officials are warning of potential violence in Washington, D.C. and nationwide in the wake of the Supreme Court draft opinion. There are barriers being put up all around the Supreme Court. They're saying things may not go well. I just read This article by NPR put it out about abortion and what people say about it in America. Lingering claims circulate about abortion, including the safety of it, who gets abortions, and even who supports or opposes access to abortion. But according to a new research poll, 39% of Americans want abortion illegal in all or most cases. That's 39%. But a larger fraction, like 6 in 10 Americans, think that abortion should be legal in all or most cases.
Mm-hmm.
So the general population of America thinks that a woman should have a right to an abortion. Current abortion rates are lower than they have been in decades. In 1973, they were at their peak in the 1980s, and they've continued to go down. Part of that is access to the home abortion, the abortion pill. That has something to do with it.
Well, more widely available birth control.
More birth control as well. Now, I know, Carrie, you'll be excited about this.
Okay.
I know how much you love Mountain Dew. And I know how much you love Circle K. The Circle K.
Well, it's because my first letter of my first name.
Yeah. And that the Circle K was where Chet and Lester Stebler always went and got their ROC Coca-Cola and moon pies and Little Debbie's cakes.
And red cream sodas.
That's right. Anyway, they've teamed up. So the only place you'll be able to get this is Circle K. Mountain Dew Purple Thunder.
Sounds dangerous.
Sounds
dangerous.
I'm not sure.
It says it features flavors of blackberry and plum. It seems to me that I've tasted different Mountain Dews, and they all taste like Mountain Dew.
Too sweet?
Well, I mean, Mountain Dew is already pretty sweet, but then you add more sweet to it. Yeah. Now, see, I'm seeing in the stores, and I thought it was just going to be a limited thing, but there's piles and piles of this Flamin' Hot Cheetos Mountain Dew.
So that just sounds.
But you have to buy a 12-pack.
You can't just try one.
I can't just try one.
No, they're trying to get rid of it. That's
maybe. So I got to find somebody who's bought a 12-pack and.
Harry just wants one.
I just want to sip. I just want to try.
Yeah, well, somebody bring one by the 50 West Broadway when we're open for business. Bring one by and leave it for Carrie.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Strange things are afoot at the Circle K.
That's about it. Gina, I still haven't seen anything on that police chase. If you can kind of keep a lookout for that.
I'll keep an eye on that for you, Bill.
Monitor that all day.
Like there was a huge police chase yesterday or the day before up in Cache County. Multiple counties, police chasing some guy. This seems to be a common thing. Mm-hmm. And there's a big debate in law enforcement, and there are many people who say you shouldn't do these
car
chases.
Just let them go.
It's too dangerous.
Monitor them. You can contact other jurisdictions but people get hurt during those.
But how do we get the bad guys? If they can drive fast, they get away? Is that what you're saying?
Right, you got to set a trap for them.
Spike the tires.
Spike the tires.
Yeah. All right, that's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Brought to you by, for over 65 years, they've been part of your community. While the name's changing, commitment to you is not. Welcome to You First, youfirstcu.com. Magic Johnson says, I like football. Maybe I want to own some of it. He's joining a bid to purchase the Denver Broncos. Now in a separate bid, they're not bidding together. Kanye West also would like to buy I don't think the NFL in any planet, even if he had Elon Musk money, would let Kanye buy.
Yeah.
Because, you can't just buy a professional sports team. It has to be approved by all of the other owners. Like, yes, we are okay with Magic Johnson owning. Let's see, we are not okay with Kanye.
Well, that's discrimination.
No, it's just it's a private club that we decide who gets to be a part of it.
Yeah, discrimination.
Crazy money spends just as well as Magic money.
And I'd like to see what Kanye would do with a football team.
Broncos are currently valued at $4 billion. They've been family owned forever and ever and ever and ever.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens with that.
Yes, we
you know,
will.
who can't afford to buy anything is Phil Mickelson.
Oh, yeah.
What happened?
From between 2010 and 2014. So this isn't his entire adult life. This
Okay.
is just this 4-year period of time. He lost $40 million gambling.
Gambling. Wow.
Just in that
Wow. Someone needs to have a talk with him.
$40 million. Now,
They're
that's
never-
after he pays, you know, all his cars and his homes and his
Ex-wives.
ex-wives and trainers and
He's not going to be able to buy the Broncos. If he
no,
wants.
No.
But it's why I'm pushing Muhammad into golf,
Yes.
which he likes. He's into it.
Because tell him he'll have a lot of money for gambling if he goes into golf.
NHL. We've got let's see, the Stars over the Flames, Avalanche over the Predators, Panthers over the Capitals, and Rangers over the Penguins. The Bees last night, they beat Tacoma handily, 8-1. They have another game against them tonight at 6:30. That is home here in Salt Lake. It'd be a really nice night, actually, to go to ball game.
Yeah.
It'd be nice and warm.
Is there a special? Like, is it like bat night or dollar hot dog night? Or
No, because it's
bucket
Friday.
of beer
You
night?
don't gotta draw people out on a Friday.
It's crazy Monday night.
Friday is the draw.
So would you keep an eye on that, though, Gina? I want to know when it's bucket of beer night.
We'll follow up on that for you.
Yeah, let's. Oh, well, there's one Saturday. I wonder what the Saturday one is. I'll find out.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, and speaking of weather, but perfect baseball weather tonight. 77 for a high today.
Perfect.
Most
Light
of
jacket,
it's-
you know,
yeah.
once the sun goes down.
Lovely. And overnight tonight, 56. It'll cool off just a little bit. Tomorrow we'll be in the upper 60s. Next chance of showers looks like about 50% on Sunday night. And we have a pretty cool start to the week next week.
All right.
Traffic. I haven't seen an update, like I said, on that earlier police chase, but I'll just mention where it happened in case that's still an issue. State Street, both northbound, southbound, 65th South. This is all around Fashion Place Mall. I would still avoid that area if you can.
By
That's
all
traffic.
means. All right, thank you. We will take a break. We will be back. Sean Means is here. He's going to review, he's got 3 movies, but the last one he's going to review for us is Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
Oh, we have the giveaway, too.
Oh, we still have money?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you. We'll have that for you coming up. Stand by.
So the other day, my husband makes a pronouncement. Dr. Jones, he says, our family is going to start a new bedtime ritual, and it involves golden milk.
You do this while you're clothed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I said, what is golden milk?
Now, I've heard of it. Then you brought it up yesterday. And so I looked it up, and I bought the ingredients for it yesterday.
Because it sounds delicious, doesn't it?
Golden milk is a traditional Indian drink that has its roots in Ayurveda, health practices, ancient healing, a blend of hot milk and ground turmeric. Now, this recipe that I have, shall I read it and see if it's similar to your husband's?
Let's see what yours.
So it goes on to talk about the benefits of golden milk. Turmeric is a known anti-inflammatory.
Which is a good thing to have before bed.
Yeah. So you take a cup and a half of light coconut milk. Canned is best, but carton works fine, that says. 1.5 cups of unsweetened plain almond milk. 1.5 teaspoons of ground turmeric. A 1/4 teaspoon of ground ginger, or fresh if you would care to do that. There's a way to do that. 1 whole cinnamon stick. 1 tablespoon of coconut oil, and a pinch of black pepper. Then sweeten it with anything pretty much you like. It suggests here coconut sugar, stevia, I guess stevia is like non-caloric.
Yeah.
Or maple syrup, which sounds kind of good to me.
We did honey with ours.
And then you just put it all together in a pan and heat it up and then drink it.
And a twist of black pepper, which sounds
Yeah.
kind of weird.
No, that's what I read that.
Yeah, just on the to finish it on
Yeah,
the,
black
on the
pepper.
top.
Sounds
And
good.
It's so you've bought it. You haven't made it yet.
I bought all the ingredients. I was going to make some last night, but I didn't do it.
It was delicious. However, it has turmeric in it,
Yeah,
which stains everything it touches.
yellow.
And I
Well,
said to Mohammed, you have to drink this at the counter. You can't carry it into the living room. You can't take it to
Right.
your room.
Yeah.
Your golden milk has to be. And he said, well, I want to go sit by the fire. And I can see what, because, yeah, you want to sip a little hot drink by the. No. You have to sit.
And
so
did he?
He did.
Okay.
and managed to stay in things anyway.
And we all finished our golden milk, and we all liked it. There's something about it's the old thing of having a warm milk before bed. This
It
is
says
just
here it's creamy, comforting, coconutty, and it has a ginger-infused, slightly spicy and sweet flavor.
It's delicious. But I looked at all of our cups after.
Yes.
And they were all orange.
No, you need to use black cups.
And I said to the kids, if this becomes a nightly Jones family tradition, I'm going to have to supervise the drinking of it as well as the teeth brushing after it, because we're all going to end up with orange teeth if we're not careful.
Here's what you need to do is make sure you drink it. Use the same cups every time, so it doesn't matter if they're stained.
These are our turmeric golden milk.
These are the golden milk cups.
Yeah, golden milk cups.
Yeah,
I can't wait to try it. I think I'll make some Indian food tonight and then have it after dinner.
I think you'll love it. And
it sounds great.
I actually took mine and had it in the bathtub and sipped it.
I told you have to have it at the counter. You cannot take it to the bathtub, as nice as that may be.
Yeah.
No,
it was.
I don't understand
lovely.
why there's a double standard for parents and children, and there just shouldn't be. That's not fair.
There shouldn't be?
No.
I paid for all the things in the house. If I spill turmeric on them, I paid for it.
If my kids spill turmeric, it's been a long-standing rule. If you spill turmeric on something, you pay for it. You turmericed it, you bought it.
So that's on a day like today when it's kind of snowy and overcast. Just think of ending your day with a nice cup of golden milk.
Just look up golden milk. You'll find any number of recipes.
I've just come to the conclusion that your husband is a hippie that showers regularly.
Yes, he is.
Are you sure about the showering
yes,
thing?
he is.
Before we review movies, money.
$60,000 giveaway. You have 2 chances a day to win $1,000. Go to x96.com, x96.com, and enter this keyword for your chance to win a national contest. The keyword is payoff. All one word, payoff, P-A-Y-O-F-F.
All right. Thank you very much. Sean Means, reviewing movies, brought to you by.
You bet it is. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons and Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
There we go. Thank you very much.
Well, Sean Means is here. He is the, the culture editor. That's right, culture editor of the Salt Lake Tribune, which I think is very prestigious, Sean.
Thank you. Because it's got the
Sean-
word culture in it.
Yeah, and editor together. That's great. Sean is also a film critic, and you can read the things that Sean works on, of course, at Salt Lake Tribune, sltrib.com. But all of his stuff is collected, or much of it, at moviecricket.net. What movies do you have for us, Sean?
Well, we've got a couple art house films before we deal with the big monster in the room.
The issue.
Yes. We'll start with The Duke.
This is Jim Broadbent. Man, I love him. He's a great actor.
Great actor. People would know him as Professor Slughorn from the later chapters of Harry Potter. You always have to relate back to Harry Potter to explain who British actors are.
Everybody in Britain has been in it.
Either Harry Potter or Downton Abbey, one or the other.
Yeah.
This is a whimsical sort of heist comedy from the UK. Broadbent plays a cabbie in 1961. He's very much a rabble-rouser advocate. There's a whole thing in here about TV licenses and this weird British thing where you actually have to pay taxes on your television set. That becomes an issue for him. He's always fighting for these causes, which causes him to lose his job frequently, and it irritates his wife, played by Helen Mirren. One day they're watching the news and they see the National Gallery has spent like £140,000 to buy a Goya portrait of the Duke of Wellington. Very fancy artwork.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Broadbent's character always tilting at windmills, saying, the government should be spending money on helping the people and so on. So he makes an idle comment about stealing it, and sure enough, next thing you know, the painting's stolen and it's in his upstairs bedroom.
Now this isn't based on a real.
This is
thing,
actually
is
a true story. This
Oh,
is based on a true story. I mean, Scotland Yard thought it was some criminal cartel or some
Master cat burglar.
Yeah, that sort of thing. It became a national sensation that this painting had gone missing. So much so that it showed up as a joke in Dr. No. In the first James Bond movie, there's a scene where they're in Dr. No's lair and he's got all these ill-gotten gains, and one of them is that painting. And it's even funnier now that you know this story. There's some sad along with the funny here. The Broadbent and Mirren, they have a daughter who died, and that's the grief of that is still sort of weighing on them. And Broadbent and Mirren are really good at both of these, and that's the reason to see this movie is that they're both very funny and they're both very good in the serious
chemistry.
parts. And because the plot gets a little silly and predictable in places, but it all comes together sort of in the courtroom toward the end of the movie. Matthew Good shows up as a barrister. Highly amused barrister. So this is it's very charming. I gave it three.
British,
very British. I gave it 3 stars. The Duke. It's playing at the Broadway and it's playing at a couple of the megaplexes.
All right.
And when you got British charm, you know.
Yes.
Oh, Petite Maman.
Petite Maman.
Little Mom?
Little Mom.
Little Mom.
Okay.
This is a beautiful movie from France. It's in French. Director Celine Sciamma, who had Portrait of a Lady on Fire a couple years ago. This is as unlike that movie, because that was like a passionate period romance, lesbian, fiery nakedness and all that.
Fiery.
That's the kind of nakedness I like.
It was great movie. I mean, this is like I said, thematically different, but boy, she's a great talent as a filmmaker. This is about a little girl whose grandmother dies, and so she goes with her parents to grandmother's house so the grown-ups can clear out all the stuff, and so she gets to explore and look around. Nellie is the girl. She goes exploring in the woods behind the house, and she finds a little hut made from tree branches, just like the one Nellie's mother made when she was a little girl. She was a little girl.
Okay.
And so Nellie also finds a little girl there about her age, and they become quick friends. And it doesn't take long to figure out who the little girl actually is. It's mom as an 8-year-old, so this is a really gentle, and there's no like time travel portal kind of thing happening. It's just you walk in the woods and
it just happens,
and it happens.
Okay,
it's because it's childhood magic. It's
it's the purest.
They're really beautiful little girls.
Yeah,
my God.
The two little girls are like twin sisters. So the actors are twin sisters, and so there's that. This is a really gentle, beautiful look at how mothers and daughters see each other and what happens when a little girl really starts thinking about what her mom was like as a kid. And because you also see the grandma as mom age.
Wow.
You know, so you see, so the little
It's
girl
magic.
gets to see her own mother in her relationship with her, with the grandmother.
It's Petite Mama and the Multiverse of Mamas.
Yeah. The little girls in the lead are amazing. They're really great, sort of natural actors. And the emotions are sort of perfectly modulated. And yeah, you're going to leave. I mean, it's only 72 minutes long, and
Just in time for Mother's Day.
It just works perfectly, and it's right. I mean, you're going to be in a puddle of tears, of course, but it's.
You should take your mother, Gina, and go
Yes.
see this.
Go see it. Gina.
Okay. It's at the Broadway, and I'm giving it 4 stars.
Oh,
4 stars.
Big fan.
For Petite Maman. All right. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
Yes.
Directed by Sam Raimi.
Sam Raimi. I saw somebody refer to this as the best Marvel movie since Spider-Man No Way Home, which is, you know, the best
last-
Marvel movie since the last one.
The last one, yeah.
Which just shows you how empty quotes and ads are. So we've got Doctor Strange, Master of the Mystic Arts, once again played by Benedict Cumberbatch. This is the 6th movie he's been in now.
Oh, wow.
Counting the 2 Avengers
6
and the
Marvel.
Spider-Man,
And he's the elder statesman now.
yeah, he's one of
Doctor Strange is.
yeah. Since we don't have
We don't, yeah.
Tony
Hey,
Stark anymore.
Hush.
No, we know about Tony Stark.
No,
Everyone
it
knows.
makes everybody sad.
Yeah.
Bring it
Okay,
up,
all right.
so-
Thor's out in space. Cap's
It made me happy, Gina.
so-
It made me happy.
And he, you know, if you saw the first Doctor Strange movie, he's the last guy you'd think would be taking up this mantle.
He doesn't want. Yeah, he's the reluctant. He's always the reluctant one.
Always.
Yeah. He has. So it starts out. He has a nightmare about outrunning some big monster, and there's a 16-year-old girl with powers. This is all in his dream.
Okay.
And then the girl, the character's name is America Chavez, shows up in Manhattan, and there's a monster chasing her.
Yeah.
Chasing her. So we find out America has the power to jump between universes, but she can't control it, and so she goes into different realms when she gets scared, and
So she just happened in ours,
happened to land in ours.
in the 616 universe.
But somebody's the six as we call it, the 616. that comes up.
Yes.
Somebody has taken the time to number them, and we are 616.
The 616 refers to an address of the original Marvel headquarters.
Of course it does.
Of course.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. Confusing.
Strange needs some help to figure out how to help this girl. So he talks to somebody who knows about magic, Wanda Maximoff,
Okay.
a.k.a. the Scarlet Witch,
Yes.
a.k.a. Elizabeth Olsen.
I'm lost.
And, well, this is as much as I'm going to tell you.
See, yeah, that's the thing, is that you need to do some homework before you see
Well, you
this
need to see
movie.
WandaVision.
You need to see WandaVision. You need to see No Way Home, probably.
It would help.
It would help you. Maybe the first Doctor Strange. What about Loki? Would you need to see Loki as well?
Don't need to see Loki.
Don't need to see Loki?
No.
Okay. So WandaVision for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it sucks that you need to do homework to see a movie, but
This is the world we live in now.
this is the world. This is the Marvel world, and we just live in it.
Yeah.
America is played by this young actress named, and I practice this, Xochitl Gomez.
Sochi.
Because it's like Xochitl. So Xochitl Gomez. She's pretty feisty. She was in the Babysitter's Club series on Netflix. So
Yeah. She's playing a relatively new Marvel character. Been around for about 10 years now.
Yeah, and she's actually 16, the actress. Yeah. So she's pretty feisty. Cumberbatch has a nice sort of melancholy streak to the character because he's thinking about his former love interest, Christine Palmer, played by Rachel McAdams, who's also in here.
Who thought she was one and done with these movies.
Yeah,
But they called her back.
They always think that. Speaking of people who we thought we were one and done, we got Chiwetel Ejiofor is back as Mordo. We've got Benedict Wong again as Wong, his faithful assistant.
Well, he was the Sorcerer Supreme.
He's now the Sorcerer Supreme because Steve couldn't handle the job.
Well, he was gone for 5 years.
Yeah, he was out. He was whipped.
I'm confused
I
even
know.
more.
Yeah.
The Sorcerer Supreme bill it's an item on the Taco Bell menu.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
It is.
Does
Yes.
Doctor Strange does he practice medicine at all anymore?
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Okay.
No.
His hands don't work.
Yeah. Well, his hands work doing hand jive to cause like
not
things
for
to happen,
delicate surgery.
but not for surgery.
Okay.
So we're talking about we are talking about the multiverse. Eventually, we have to go there.
Yes.
And everything's, of course, each universe, something is different and something is weird. The best thing about this is it's directed by Sam Raimi, as we said, who, for people who don't know, he did the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. He also did the Evil Dead films.
And I understand that this movie is kind of scary.
There's some scary bits. He definitely brings a lot of it, the horror movie craziness and his bag of movie tricks. Also brings his good luck charm. Somebody that
Yes.
somebody that the X96 audiences are very familiar with.
Yes, we know.
We won't talk about that.
I know who it is.
Who?
Tell me.
Took Gina a second, but
I think it's a good trend that Marvel is hiring directors who will bring their own style to the proceedings. It didn't work out so well for Chloe Zhao with Eternals. You know, that her style sort of fought against the whole superhero-y thing.
But they let her do it, so I got to give them points for that.
Your points. I think Raimi is more successful here. I mean, his style matches. I mean, he's done Spider-Man, so
his
he
kinetic,
knows. But that energy and the weird angles and the spooky stuff, and there's some there's zombies and stuff in here.
Yes,
because every universe has something.
That's the other show you should probably watch is What If.
Yeah, what if would help? There's a couple. Well, I don't know if it would help, but what if will show you things that. So you won't be as surprised when you see them pop up in here.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, I enjoyed it. I had fun with it. I gave it 3.5 stars.
3.5?
Playing everywhere because that's what Marvel movies do.
Yes.
But yeah, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Go ahead.
I like Sam Raimi a lot, but I can't forgive him for the Quick and the Dead. I just can't.
I think I've been listening to a podcast that has been going movie by movie through Sam Raimi's filmography, and I think Quick and the Dead is a movie that would stand up well under re-examination.
Give it another chance.
Yeah.
Did he do? He did Drag Me to Hell, didn't he?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
That's an amazing one.
That's really good.
So for Love of the Game is the one I would be more like skittish about.
But I've read several, and I'm not a parent, but I've read several reports of kids like 10 years old and such who are getting scared in this movie. So you may want to think about that.
Yeah.
Taking your kids.
These movies are PG-13, and you need to take that seriously.
Yeah, especially with Raimi as a director. All right. Anything? What do we got next week?
Next week, Firestarter, which is going to be in theaters and on Peacock.
What is that?
This is a remake of the Stephen King story about the little girl who causes fires.
Yes.
I don't know much about it. There's Happening, which is a French movie that is suddenly very timely because of the news that's been happening this week. It's about what life was like trying to get an abortion before.
You mean what life will be like a year from now?
Yeah, something like that. And Memoria, which is a strange movie starring Tilda Swinton. I mean, what are the odds?
Oh, yeah.
It has to be a strange movie.
Thank you, Sean. All right, 7:14 traffic, Gina, please.
The State Street at 64 South and Murray is now open. This is due to that earlier multi-agency car police chase. A couple lanes are still blocked, though, northbound and southbound. Use caution as you travel over the I-215 freeway. This is all happening near Fashion Place Mall. We have a crash westbound I-80 at milepost 49. This is out to Tooele, about 8 miles east of Knowles. Northbound Bangor Highway, there is a stalled vehicle at 7100 South. And what are you seeing out there? Yeah, front of the program says westbound Bangor 78 South. Police have stopped a man walking in the road. Traffic is starting to back up. Thank you, whoever sent that in. 33986. Jiffy Lube Multicare gets services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. That's a job for Jiffy. Visit jiffylubeutah.com for discount services and location.
All right, big boy news and boner of the day next. What do we got?
We've got number one. Well, now we can spend all of our time looking for ghosts. Boner candidate number two. If I'm elected, my first official act will be to pardon myself. And boner candidate number three. He certainly made his point.
All right. Boners and big boy news all coming up after these. Stand by. Brooklinen.com. Give yourself the comfort refresh that you deserve and get it for less at Brooklinen. Go to brooklinen.com. Use the promo code X96 and you'll get $20 off your purchase of $100 or more. Anytime you go to brooklinen.com, just put that promo code in just in case. The sheets are what they're known for. That's what made them famous. Buttery, soft, smooth, breathable sheets. Sleeping with the windows open. Perfect conditions in your Brooklinen sheets. Super plush and absorbent towels. I love my bathrobe. You know, you get out of the shower first thing in the morning and wrap yourself up in that bathrobe. Lounge wear that, you know, you wear all the time. You never want to take it off. And they're so confident in their core products, they come with a 365-day warranty. And they've got a lot of fans. They've got over 100,000 plus 5-star reviews and counting, and great customer service. So go to brooklinen.com. That's BROOKLINEN.com. Enter the promo code X96 for $20 off today. Brooklinen, the curators of comfort.
I didn't see any of this. I just heard it secondhand.
I had a major breakthrough with Gina this weekend when we were in L.A. I got her drunk 3 times.
He did.
And it wasn't hard. Really.
It cost him a total of $10 for all 3 times.
Each time.
He's a cheap drunk.
Well, see, this is a little secret. You don't take a girl to dinner and then drinks. You always take her to drinks first.
Sure.
Because she's drinking on an empty stomach.
Yes, she is.
Now, you tell me what you remember, and I'll fill in the holes.
Well, I remember...
Because there were some things that she said that she doesn't remember.
I think you're making stuff up to make me think I was drunker than you think I am.
I'm not making anything up. I don't need to.
To make you thinker than I drunk I am.
Yeah.
So the first night we were there, Bill was with his family doing family stuff, so Carrie...
Every night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Carrie was babysitting me.
Because Gina has to have somebody babysit.
I was all alone.
Usually it's both of us, Carrie and I. And when it's Carrie and it's me babysitting Gina, it's like those old cartoons with the little devil on one shoulder and the good angel on the other shoulder. Carrie, of course, being the little devil.
Carrie's been trying to get me drunk for years.
Well, I begged you to start drinking.
Yeah.
And I say,
wasn't doing it on my own.
And I always say, no, you don't have to.
It's okay. So we go to Trader Vic's, which is in the hotel. It's
connected to.
It's an old hotel, so there's no straight route to get to Trader Vic's. You have to wind through hallways and...
Because they never do things like that in new buildings.
No, well, it just...
Sure been around a lot, haven't you?
It was a circuitous route to get there.
Sure.
And we sit down, and Ben, the bartender, brings over the menu. And this is the menu of the drinks, not the menu of the food.
Trader Vic's famous for its big frou-frou.
Fruity drinks. Drinks served in coconuts with parasols and giant chunks of, watermelon and pineapple.
You can buy Trader Vic's syrups and things for drinks.
And I said, well, I'd like a margarita because that's whenever I do actually have a mixed drink, that's the one I have. And I said, do you think I can get one?
She doesn't have a real margarita. She has a snow cone, essentially.
Yeah, because a real margarita is not blended.
No.
So I said, well, I'd like that. And Carrie said, well, I'm sure he can make you that. And I said, no, I'm here. I'm going to order something off the
You
menu.
go, girl. Empowerment.
So she ordered, what was it? I don't remember what it was called. Some kind of rum punch thing.
Yeah.
Come on. You don't know?
I don't remember what it was called. Okay. It was it was in a tall glass. It was red. It looked like Hawaiian punch.
Had umbrellas and
had a
fruit
chunk of pineapple and all that stuff.
Okay.
And I had one.
Yeah.
And this is before the food, and then Carrie ordered another, and he made me get another. And that was it.
That was it. She was gone.
Where did she go?
Empty stomach, drink and a half. She was in outer space.
I was giggling, and I kept leaning on you, I think.
You did.
Did I touch you a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But then you told me after the fact that I was saying
I want you to
things.
tell me what you remember. Then I will fill in the holes. What do you remember after that?
I remember I ordered a steak.
Uh-huh.
And
you like the steak.
The
you
steak
ate it all.
Yeah. And, lettuce wraps. I had some lettuce wraps.
She was proud of the fact that she had a lettuce wrap.
Yeah.
And this is all after one drink.
Yeah.
I had a fortune cookie with a misspelling on it.
Oh, did you save that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
That's all I remember, really.
You remember going back to the room?
Did you guys go back to the same room?
Or did you just wake up in your room?
No, I went back there somehow.
You went back to your room, and then you watched Dances with Wolves.
Oh, that's what I did.
That's what you do remember.
Because it was on HBO. Although I always have to turn it off when the white man comes, because that's when it gets sad.
I always have to turn it off. Which implies, of course, that she watches it over and over and over again.
Okay.
So that's what I remember.
That's what you remember. Okay.
What is she leaving out?
A lot.
What?
Giggling uncontrollably.
About?
Being drunk.
This is
I'm a naughty girl.
This is a drink and a half.
And I kept calling her.
I'm not exaggerating.
All I had to do to elicit, not kidding, 3 minutes worth of uncontrolled giggling was call her Drinky McWeather. That was all I had to do.
Well, see, it's working now, and she's sober, so I think she's sober.
I have muscle memory from
Drinky McWeather.
How would it be possible for you to have muscle memory? It would imply muscles.
That's right. All through the rest of dinner, she just kept laughing when she wasn't eating, and she kept saying, I'm not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date. I said, no, Gina, of course you're not. You drank on an empty stomach. It's more efficient that way.
But I never do. I'm
not a cheap date. I'm not a cheap date.
I never do that. I surprised myself how drunk I was on so little alcohol.
Now, the other thing she left out was when she was sober. When we were walking to Trader Vic's, that long walk that she talked about, there's a very long hallway to get there.
Yeah.
So now she's plastered, and we're heading back to the room. And she stops at the entrance to this long hallway, kind of teeters a bit, steadies herself with her elbow up against the wall of the hallway.
Good Lord.
And
you remember
says-
this? Yeah.
And says, man, that's a long hallway.
I had to work up the courage to walk down it.
Well, apparently your bar manager, Mr. Ben Chung at Trader Vic's at the Beverly Hilton, Mr. Ben Chung being the bar
That's
manager.
who waited on us.
Was it really?
It was Ben.
He's famous.
He apparently mixed you a fine drink.
Yes, he did.
Ben Chung. He's famous. He cared. He made my Mai Tai with love.
He
Ben
did.
Chung did.
I saw him add the
Because
love.
I went there later and had someone else mix me another Mai Tai, and it wasn't as good.
Wasn't Ben.
Ben's the guy.
Well, you should have taken it up with the general manager, Mr. Chai Rohana.
Also a good man.
Yeah.
I saw him. I saw the name Chai on his name
There
tag,
you go.
and I
C-H-A-I.
chuckled because I was like, I love to drink chai.
Yeah.
I wonder if he uses that.
He's the
Anyway,
general manager.
so I get her to her elevator because she was in a different wing of the hotel than we were. Get her to her
I
elevator.
don't remember this part at all.
She took my hand as if she was going to kiss it.
You're making this.
I'm not making this up. And said, thank you so much, Carrie Jackson. Thank you.
Good Lord.
I'm not making that
And
part.
then, and given that, you put her on an elevator by herself?
I thought she'd be okay.
I'll bet she slept in the hall outside of her room for a good 2 hours.
I made it back and watched Dances with Wolves.
So
yeah,
the
for a while.
So the second night, I got her drunk out at the El Torito Grill, and she got in the car, and after she made me take her to Cheesecake Factory to get a slice of cheesecake to go,
Well, we were
Right.
on our way.
We were there.
she says, I'm going to get this, I'm going to eat it on the way home, she said. Well, she laid down in the back of the car and fell asleep,
I didn't eat it.
and then didn't eat the cheesecake because it had been out too long. Third
And
night,
and you said I snored.
yeah, you did. It was so. She has a cute little snore. It's funny. And then the third was I got her drunk on good margaritas at Tortilla Joe's in downtown Disney, and made her walk around Disneyland drunk.
3 nights in a row.
You're still
Not only-
hungover, aren't you?
Not only do I never do that, I certainly have never done it 3 nights in a row.
Wouldn't you like to do it again now that you've done it?
I can be Drinky McWeather all the time?
You know,
on,
you can
Drinky.
do that at home every night if you want.
No, that's just sad is what that is.
Why? I do it.
You call it sad. I call it fun.
Yeah, but you're not alone.
I call it relaxing.
Yeah.
You're not alone. It's sad when you drink alone.
You have a son.
Yeah.
Honey, go get mommy
Yeah.
a drink.
Go get Mommy a Mai Tai out of the fridge. One of the cans of Trader Vic's.
I'm gonna teach you how to make the perfect margarita.
Time for Boner of the Day. 3 news stories. These will be examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should be Boner of the Day. 2 candidates now, a third after the news, and once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I can't buy it. Gotta win it. A Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Now we can spend all of our time looking for ghosts, all right? This is, well, the British couple from Hucknall, Nottinghamshire, they win the lottery.
Well, good for them.
A big lottery. They get £10,000 a month in this win.
Well, they don't ever have to work again.
Well, they don't. You're right. Since the win, excuse me, Ms. Hoyle, Laura Hoyle, has given up work. She's quit her job, and she and her husband have bought a new house. Okay, that's great.
Okay.
The money, though, has enabled them to do something else that they love: ghost hunting. Ms. Hoyle matched all 5 numbers of the lottery plus the life ball to win the top prize, set for life, £10,000 a month for life. Recalling the call of those numbers more than a year later, she said, "I was physically shaking as I told the lady, 'Oh, I think I've won the lottery.' And the ridiculous part of it was, as I waited for them to call me back, I still had to join work meetings online, but I could hardly speak. But when the win was confirmed, she quit her job, her husband quit his job, so that they could full-time search for ghosts and also start a business where they make products and sell them, products that help people search for ghosts."
So the con just continues. Yeah.
It's a good use of their money. I guess on one hand it's like, well, it's their money if that's what they want to spend it on, but it just seems so.
That's boner candidate number 1. Now we can spend all of our time looking for ghosts. Here's boner candidate number 2. Well, if I'm elected, my first official act is going to be to pardon myself. Lebanon, Indiana, a man who is in jail currently is one of 3 winners of a Republican primary and will appear on the ballot for this year for a seat on the township board. Andrew Wilhoit is awaiting trial for the murder of his wife Elizabeth, Nikki Wilhoit. He was reportedly arrested in March. Nikki's body was pulled out of a creek after her husband told deputies that he dumped her there after hitting her in the head with a flower pot during a fight. During their Republican primary for the Clinton Township Board, Mr. Wilhoit received 60 votes, was just enough to get him onto the ballot. Since 3 candidates could win the nomination, only 3 candidates ran. All 3 won. No Democrats ran. So essentially, he has a seat on the town board, and there's no legal reason he can't be a candidate. They say
there's no reason.
There's no rule that says that dogs can't play in professional basketball.
Well, the reasoning is, under our system, you're innocent until proven guilty. So he hasn't been tried and found guilty yet. So
put him on the council. Why not?
Well, it's the Republicans, the party of law and order,
and family
and family values. And apparently there's nothing you can do to get thrown out of the Republican Party.
And then he'll be able to let himself out of jail or whatever he wants to do. Boner candidate number 2. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. He certainly made his point.
Boner candidate number 3. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinuendo, brought to you by.
At Strong Volkswagen, you get engine and drivetrain. They're all covered for life. No charge. Plus paint, dent, glass repair, even car washes for life. No charge. StrongVW.com.
You remember a few weeks ago we told you that actor Frank Langella, had been dropped out of a upcoming Netflix production of The Fall of the House of Usher. They said he was engaged in workplace misconduct. Well, he's now released a lengthy statement about it. He was replaced, by the way, by Bruce Greenwood as the lead of the miniseries, which is based on an Edgar Allan Poe story. None of the footage featuring Langella will be used in the final series. In a full statement published as a guest column by Deadline, Frank Langella denied the claims that he had groped a female star while filming a fully clothed intimate scene. Langella claimed that he has been canceled and that he had touched the other actor's leg without prior agreement of the show's intimacy coordinator. In the piece, Langella also alleges that he had been removed from the series for telling a risque joke and addressing his female co-star as baby and honey, and for giving her a hug or a touch on the shoulder. So he denies everything, and then he goes on to enumerate certain things that probably got him.
Yeah.
I think Frank is... I don't know how old he is now, but I think maybe he's
gone.
Well, yeah.
It's time to hang up your dancing shoes, Frank. And I love this. Gina sent me this. I love the headline. See the last surviving Beach Boy. It's the list goes on when it comes to the many songs the fans of the Beach Boys have known in their 60-year history. Sadly, most of the band's members are no longer around. There are 3 surviving original members: Brian Wilson, Mike Love, and Al Jardine.
I sent you this. I thought you'd use it as a "they're fine, just fine." That's why I sent it to you. It's
well,
the
maybe
perfect,
I will
"they're
sometime.
fine, just fine."
Maybe. You know, Gina, you could make things explicit if you
did.
like. I thought it was funny.
I put "fine" in the subject line.
Well, that
maybe a little more. Give him a little bit more.
Yeah.
Maybe beat him over the head with it.
I thought there's 3 dead and 1 alive. Here's a story. I'm sorry. I should have been more clear.
I just thought it was a funny story, and that you see the last surviving Beach Boys. It's like a sideshow attraction.
Frank Langella is 84, apparently. So Frank Christ is going to go looking.
Yeah. Despite the number of COVID-19 cases nearly doubling in Utah in just 1 week, there is some good news in the state's wastewater. The Utah Department of Health reported 3,226 new cases Thursday. That's up from 1,695 a week earlier. And there were 13 additional deaths. Now, while the case numbers and positivity rates have increased, the sewage monitoring apparently is showing improvement. I thought I'd seen that it was going up, but apparently it has gone down a bit. Only one area in the entire state showed signs of increased COVID trends in wastewater. The majority of the state has decreasing presence or no COVID found at all in some systems. Let's see. The United States has reached 1 million COVID deaths now, and
no big deal.
Yeah, I think I was saying yesterday. I think that we're going to we'll accept 1 million a year or every couple of years. Seems like that's the way it is. It's what a snub. President Biden is not going to go to Orrin Hatch's funeral.
I am
today.
kind of surprised.
Really?
He's a 30-something year senator. I would think that the president
Joe
would
Biden
go to...
is 84.
Well, and Joe's kind of got his hands full.
Yeah. Oh, I know, but I am kind of surprised. You would think a long-serving senator, the president would come.
And he was a Republican.
Could he send Kamala? I mean,
no.
I don't know.
No.
Anybody? Jen Psaki? Anybody?
She retired. She's not there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a new person starting today, I believe. After Hatch's death, Joe Biden said that he was quite simply an American original, a fighter who carried with him the memory of his humble upbringing near Pittsburgh, who never humored a bully or shied from a challenge. Are you going to the funeral? Nope, he's not. The funeral is open to the public. It will take place today
It's
1
up at the
p.m.
U, I think.
Let's see, it says it will be hosted at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints Institute of Religion up on campus. And the service will begin at 1 p.m.
Great, there's going to be no parking in my neighborhood. How does this affect me? They say that actually, if I may, they say that anything around U campus this weekend is going to be nuts because they've got the Supercross.
Oh, yeah.
They've got the funeral today, and it's also graduation.
Oh, by the way,
Lord.
Joe Biden is coming out for the Supercross.
He
tomorrow. Just
I love the Supercross.
It'll be fun. He needs a little break.
Down in the pits. Give me. I gotta get down there.
You know, we're not talking much about these wildfires in New Mexico, but my God, if you've seen anything about it, it is horrible. There is a ferocious fire called the Hermit's Peak fire. It was spreading at 50 miles an hour. The fire spread at 50 miles per hour. It's been a nightmare, they say. It's been tough. 17 days straight, this fire has been going. Many homes have been destroyed, and things are still not under control. And finally, this. Let's see. Okay, this one. There's a story here that says, don't buy these products at the Dollar Tree or the Dollar General.
Okay.
And so you don't have to listen to this, Gina.
Okay.
You don't even know where they are.
Nope, no idea.
No. These are products that have toxic chemicals in them.
Mm-hmm.
And the story goes on and on and on without naming what these products are until like the middle or the last part of the story. Wouldn't you think you'd put that right up front? You know, what the products were that have the bad stuff in them that you shouldn't buy.
Well, what are they?
The researchers reported that Orville Redenbacher's popcorn, Clover Valley shredded white chicken, let's see, they had toxic coatings of the interior of their packaging. Let's see, what were some of the others? There are several. There are, see, they make it impossible to find. Minnie Mouse headphones, Squishy Unicorn, Superman.
Wait a minute, go back to Squishy Unicorn.
Yeah.
Maybe I have the Squishy Unicorn.
Oh, that's your nickname.
Oh.
It's Disney's Frozen Disney's Frozen 2 hair set assembly. And I don't know what Squishy Unicorn is. Minnie Mouse headphones. They were all found to contain these, chemicals that are toxic.
Look for the list online, I guess. All right, weather, traffic.
So, beautiful day. Go to a baseball game. This is nice baseball weather. 77 for a high today, mostly sunny. A little bit cooler tomorrow. We'll be back down into the 60s. And the next chance of showers looks like Sunday night, about a 50% chance. And we're kind of chilly for Monday morning start. We could even see a rain-snow mix overnight Sunday night into Monday, it looks like. But enjoy today and tomorrow. Those look great. Traffic. So State Street at 6400 South is now open. A couple lanes are still being affected, though, both northbound and southbound. Just use caution as you travel over the I-215 freeway near Fashion Place Mall. That's due to that earlier police chase, yes?
Yeah, did they say much about what that was exactly other than just a police chase?
I still don't have any information on it. I'm going to follow it for you, Bill, throughout.
We'll keep an eye on that for you.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's about it, though, and nobody sent anything in via text recently. But if you do see something, you certainly can. 33986.
Boner candidate number 3. Well, he certainly made his points. Police in Maryland say that a man dressed in a poop emoji costume went to a city council meeting saying, "You have passed a turd of a bill," and then he let off a stink bomb after he gave his speech. On May 2nd, Phil Atero put on quite a show, telling city council members that they were upholding white supremacy by passing a bill which established a police accountability board. He was angry that they didn't include already existing board or council with it. He said he gives the illusion of transparency, but there's no accountability. You got this passed with labor and discomfort that comes with passing a giant turd, and then you thought you could just flush it and move on. And then he let off a stink bomb and left the council chambers. He certainly made his point.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, that's right. Now we can spend all of our time looking for ghosts. In Britain, lottery winners who won a £10,000 a month for life lottery are using the money to do ghost hunting. Boner candidate number 2. If I'm elected, my first official act is going to be to pardon myself. It's a man who is charged with his wife's murder, has won a spot on a primary election ballot. He'll be on the November ballot, and apparently nobody's running against him, so he'll end up being on the council. And Boner candidate number 3, he certainly made his point.
Okay. Time to vote for Boner of the Day, 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth. Katie will take your voice vote at 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com, look for the box that says Boner of the Day, May 6, 2022, and vote there. You only have 4 minutes, so let's go. Don't forget, coming up after we award Boner of the Day, have another drink with Jimmy. And he'll be taking your questions at 8 o'clock, so get your beverage questions ready. Stand by for all of that. We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried the, so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She hated them.
Now,
the wasabi.
Now, they've had 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep, not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot.
Now,
tasty.
But they're flavorful.
Now, I've got the bag of cheddar bacon mac and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, oh, you got your winner right here. My guess is she won't even try the bacon mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
it's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
And this is far enough
You're gonna love it.
removed
You're gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
love those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah. Mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah, I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a gift.
could replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times over.
It would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
For Ripley.
They're peanut butter. Right, 747, and we're going to award Boner of the Day, but I would just remind you, x96.com/live. You may want to go there and watch Jimmy mix us some cocktails here because he's got a whole bar set up in here, Bill.
Yeah, and I'm home.
And you're home.
I'm keeping your seat warm, Bill.
And keep it well beveraged, will you?
And get your questions for Jimmy ready. He's going to be answering questions at 8 o'clock. So,
yeah, drinking for Mother's Day. That's,
yes.
Let's award the Boner of the Day, shall we? It's brought to you in part by a vegetable stir fry.
And Randy's Transmissions looking for journeyman mechanics to join the team. If you have extensive mechanical skills in electrical, remove, replace transmissions, diesel repair, they have a $1,000 sign-on bonus for you. Here's the email. You have to get it exactly right. Matt@Randy's-transmissions.com. Don't forget the dash. Randy's-transmissions.com.
All right, let's see. We had boner candidate number 1, which was the people who won the lottery and use all their money to ghost hunt. That's their money. They can do what they want. I thought that the poop emoji guy was pretty good, but only 8 people voted for that.
Everybody else voted for number 2, didn't they?
I guess people maybe admired the poop emoji guy in a way. But boner candidate number 2, if I'm elected, the first thing I'll do is pardon myself. Yes, a man who's accused of murder. Yeah.
Is going to be elected to office.
Yeah.
Because no one else is running. And they don't throw Republicans off the ballot for anything.
No.
There you go. That's your Boner of the Day for today, May 6, 2022. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. Dave Mattson will be here at 9:45. Dave the Flower Guy will tell us who Boner of the Week is. Have another drink with Jimmy, brought to you by...
Well, beverage ideas for Mother's Day, because she deserves it. Damn it, it says right here. Mimosa with a twist and gin, elderflower, and tonic. We're going to hear about it from Gina.
Drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink, you'll feel alright. If you feel down and you're under the weather, have another drink and you feel alright.
Yeah, you can make mom feel better, for
Yes.
sure, with a cocktail for Mother's Day. And Jimmy Santangelo, who is the chief cook and bottle washer of the Wine Academy of Utah, is with us. WineAcademyofUtah.com. Good morning, Mr. Santangelo.
Good
How are you?
morning. Good morning.
You good?
I'm great. Yeah. Celebrated Cinco de Mayo yesterday. Had a private tequila and mezcal tasting. Then we had an event later last night. So it's been nice and busy.
Yeah. Let's see. So you want to get mom liquored up for Mother's Day?
Yeah, you got it.
Of course. What do you...
I'll be over here. What drink are you bringing me? That's what I
That's
want
right.
to know.
So what we wanted to do today was design a couple of beverages that were super easy for dad to get or the kids to get for him. It's 2-component drink cocktails, 2 different ones. The first one is a take on a mimosa. So a mimosa, you need a base of sparkling wine. So today we're selecting just a standard Prosecco that we have. You can use cava. Don't use anything too brutish like champagne or an American style. Use something very light.
Okay.
But what we're going to do is put a splash in it. It's kind of hard to see on the camera, but this is a Patron style liqueur. This is the Citronage lime infused liqueur. So in order for a liqueur to be called a liqueur, alcohol is lower, so it's about 30% ABV, whereas tequila is 40% and above.
Yeah.
And then it's sweetened, so it has a layer of sucrose in there, stabilizer, and then it has this real emphasis of lime flavor.
I've never seen this before.
It's really good.
Yeah,
I like that.
even on its own.
But I'm picturing that with the prosecco.
It smells like tequila. Yeah.
Kids, bring mommy one of these.
Bring mommy one of these, even in a mason jar.
If you're 21, you can bring mom one.
Ooh, that's almost like candy.
Yeah, it's got that Jolly
really
Rancher thing, but I love it's a tequila based, and a lot of liqueurs use say like a neutral grain spirit, whereas this being from Patron, naturally it's going to be tequila, the Blanco base, layering in these flavors, and that citrus comes through. So despite it being a little bit off dry, man, it's got that acid from the lime and then the natural tequila balancing it
Not
out.
too sweet. It's just right. I like it.
So
I bet it looks like it's not too sweet. That's
so what parts would you to mix this?
So this would be about an ounce of the spirit of the liqueur, and then float it with a bit of your sparkling wine.
So that's pretty easy to do.
Totally easy.
That's really easy to do.
Even dads can do it.
Do you have to put an umbrella in it or anything?
No.
Oh no.
Okay.
Put a slice of lime in there, or a cherry maybe. I don't know. What's our second one here?
We also have another one. It's a gin base. This is called Uncle Val's, and this is their botanical. A very recognizable bottle. This is out of California. Very herbaceous. Now, gins, when you smell them, that Christmas tree, that pine needle, it's the juniper that's in it. This has a heavy dose of, it smells like cucumber water. In fact, I have a little bit here if you want to smell it and pass it out.
The bottle looks like you stole it from a set of an old black and white movie.
Yeah. It's almost coffin-like, too. So after a couple of them.
That's nice. That's very nice. I like
so
that.
what we do when you have a very, rather than a London dry gin, gin and tonic is classic. But when you have a gin that has a lot of the botanicals emphasizing, de-emphasizing the juniperiness, it's in there, it's evident. But when you have the citrus peel and you have the cucumber coming through, a little bit of white pepper, what we're going to do is, this is my Mama Bear at home. This is her favorite, the elderflower tonic, and I love getting these little cans of Fever Tree.
Oh, that's perfect.
And you just a little bit over ice. You crack this little splashy splash. People are like, that little can's not going to go very far. Well, guess what?
That's the thing. When you use regular size cans, you always have leftovers.
Always have leftover. And when it gets into the second and third pour, by the fourth one, you're just cracking the can. You forgot to even pour a little bit in there, and you're just drinking the gin on it. Isn't that nice?
I don't like tonic water. This is great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
this is
elderflower
really
comes
really
through.
good.
So it's almost, Jimmy, is it a gin that you can almost just sip it without anything?
It's nice. Yes, and I've featured this gin in some of my gin tastings where you take a big bowl or a burgundy glass, fill it with ice, you put about 2 ounces of this gin in there, and I even do a little white pepper and a little rosemary sprig, and I've hit it with just soft soda water. And it's really come through beautifully. So yes, Bill, it's a subtle gin that it doesn't crave other components to knock down those strong flavors.
There's a question that was texted to me. What was the name of the lime liqueur again?
Patron. Citronge, and I have a nice picture of it that's gotten posted up on your Instagram.
It's in a Patron style bottle, but it's like it's stretched tall, because the Patron bottles are squat.
Yeah.
And this is like a stretched tall version of that bottle.
Kind of a smoky bottle, the glass.
It's got the nice round cork.
Very sturdy, complements a shelf. Some people ask if you have to keep it refrigerated. Something like this, I would recommend. It's not required. You just want to keep it stable in the temperature.
That's a good idea.
It does get kind of sticky because it is that liqueur. So, but I think you're going to go through it. And if I may, one thing I've done with this Patron, the lime liqueur, is I had a tart, a fruit tart, but then I had some extra berries, frozen berries, mixed berries.
Oh, nice.
And I put it in a bowl, and I put about 4 ounces of this, and I just shook it, hit it with a little sugar, shook it. So all the liqueur absorbed into that fruit, placed it over that tart that was warmed, and then served it and paired it with an ounce of this.
Nice.
Well, you know, even if your mother doesn't drink, she would drink this.
Now's a good time to start, especially this year. Anyway, so these are all great, and these are at x96.com and at the wineacademyofutah.com.
Yes. Yep.
Terrific. All right. Get your questions together. Call in now. Talk to Jimmy. He knows all about the adult beverages. He's an expert in wine. He knows his cocktails, as you can see. So any questions that you have for Jimmy, 877-602-9696. If you're worried that your bishop is listening, text them to 33986.
Yeah.
And we'll get to asking questions of Jimmy right after these. Traffic, please, Gina.
Oh, and the Mother's Day contest is coming up,
Oh, yes,
too,
that's
just
it.
so you know.
Yep.
Friend of the program just texted this in, head-on collision, 76 South, 7th East. I don't have any more details about that, but thank you for sending that in. Traffic very congested, eastbound 201 between 5600 West and Bangor Highway. Not sure if it's a crash or if this is just construction related, but slower traffic has added a couple extra minutes to your commute. You're coming in that way. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
All right, so like I said, line up your questions now, 877-602-9696. Jimmy can answer all of your questions coming up about booze,
wine,
all that stuff. Stand by. Randlife.com/X96.
You know, so I've, as I've said, worked with Rand Life. They're a local mortgage company, and I personally have worked with them, and it's been a great experience to do. Salt Lake City's average home values have increased over 27%. That shattered the record of a 20% increase in 1978. We had the second highest equity gain in 2021 nationwide. So with that increase in home value, that massive increase, now's a great time to just look at your home equity and your high interest debts and see maybe about consolidating your high interest debts into one tax deductible payment with Rand Life Home Loans. They can save you a lot of money by doing this, from $300 to $1,200 a month, and that will really help your cash flow in these times of inflation. It makes a huge difference. Go to randlife.com/X96 and request a free analysis. randlife.com/X96.
Now, I saw this story today, and
Is that the one I was going to mention earlier?
The headline is, creator of the Labradoodle calls it Frankenstein's monster.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. This was my dog. His name was Tippy.
Now, I know a Labradoodle.
I know several.
That is a lovely dog.
I know several Labradoodles.
Okay.
Or golden doodles. That's another kind of doodle. But this is...
maybe this is a golden doodle, I know.
This is the Labradoodle specifically. I'll read you this. An Australian man who created the world's first Labradoodle says he regrets creating the popular hybrid breed, claiming in a recent interview that the majority of the dogs are, quote, either crazy or have hereditary problems. Wally Conran bred the first Labradoodle, a cross between a poodle and a Labrador retriever, in 1989 for a blind woman who couldn't have a guide dog because her husband was allergic to the dog hair.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Fast forward 3 decades, which I didn't realize they'd been around that long, but the Labradoodle's become one of the most popular mixed breed dogs in the world, a fact that doesn't sit so well with the man who made them. I opened Pandora's box and released the Frankenstein's monster, said Conran. He fears people are overbreeding the dog, creating versions of their own, including Groodles.
What's that?
Well, this says golden retrievers and poodles. I always thought that was a
I thought that's
golden doodle.
Golden doodle.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it's Groodle. Golden doodle sounds better, but
Spoodles.
Spaniel poodle.
Spaniel poodle.
Spoodles.
I find the biggest majority are crazy or have hereditary problems. I have met some damn nice Labradoodles, but they're few and far between. He spent 3 years trialing more than 30 poodles as guide dogs because their hair was hypoallergenic, but they didn't have the right temperament. They're damn cute dogs.
They are.
So
I wish they would do one that tastes like cotton candy.
But they're everywhere. They are.
Well, and apparently we haven't known that they're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, the one I know, I don't know him well, but it belongs to Luba and Nome. His name is Leo because he looks like a lion.
Is he? So I think he's a golden doodle.
Maybe so. He's got floppy ears. I'm looking at pictures here. I don't know. They look sort of the same to me. But he's got that curly hair though.
Well, that's the poodle. That's the oodle part of it.
The oodle.
That's why they do it. Is they don't shed, and usually poodles are good for people.
I don't remember which one he is, but he's a very nice dog.
But I want to say on the record that I don't go for the doodle.
No doodle?
No,
You don't like the doodles?
I have a golden retriever. I have the old school dog. I don't cotton to the mixing of oodles and doodles.
Are you a racist?
No,
You're a
I'm
racist. This is misogynist. You're a misogynist. That's what you are. You don't believe in mixing of the races.
I'm a goldist.
Hannah says, Labradoodles are so hyper, they chew on everything. My friend's Labradoodle chewed up a medical pill bottle, and their cat ate the pills and died.
Now
See, they are crazy.
Now, this Labradoodle, I guess he is, Leo, he does like to chew stuff, but they have plenty of chew toys there for him. And he's very well behaved.
Ooh, I had a golden doodle, and it had a lot of health issues. I had to put it down in the end. So sad.
And I think part of the problem is they're overbreeding them now because they're super and you can get the minis.
Oh, see, now that's more my
the mini.
Yeah,
Well,
I like little dogs.
Yeah.
Playing God though.
Yep.
Okay, before we get to questions for Jimmy the Wine Guy,
I felt bad we forgot about Mother's Day. Don't forget about Mother's Day. You could win something for her right now. Today, it's a pair of tickets to the Violent Femmes at the Maverick Center for you and Mom. Brought to you by Quintessence Health and Wellness. Now, you can enter to win a grand prize package. Just as we have had different prizes every day this week. You can do that at x96.com. But to win the Violent Femmes tickets, for a chance at that, you need to text the word MAMA, M-A-M-A, to 33986 now to win.
thank you.
Have another drink, it'll make you feel better. Have another drink and you feel all right.
Well, we're back with Jimmy the Wine Guy. He is the proprietor of the Wine Academy of Utah, wineacademyofutah.com, and you can ask him questions. 877-602-9696 is the number to call. You have some questions about wines or food pairings with wines or beverages of any kind, spirits. 877-602-9696.
And it's brought to you by our good friend Ivy at Booze Teak. The Kentucky Derby is Sunday, May 7th. No, it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, not Saturday. Boozteak has everything for a classic mint julep and many other cocktails, plus non-alcoholic wine and spirits. Open 11-ish, 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, 315 East Broadway, free parking. I'm glad she brings up mint juleps and Kentucky Derby.
That's
So
right. It's this weekend.
I didn't write down your instructions for the perfect mint julep, so please give them to me now.
You know, before
a
you
pen?
give the ingredients,
Sure.
I've had mint juleps once, many years ago, and it was for a Kentucky Derby party. And the way the guy made them, it was ice, and then he'd fill up the big tall glass all full of ice, fill that with bourbon, and then he took confectioner's sugar and just put it in it and stirred it up and put some mint in it and said, "Here you go."
There you go.
I got so damn sick. Man. Oh.
That's not a proper mint julep, I don't think, is
Well,
it?
that's pretty close. That's pretty close. And, you know, a lot of folks like to drink the mint juleps with the silver cups, you know, and that keeps it really cold, kind of mimicking what your buddy did there, Bill, when you first had it, all that ice.
Yeah.
And you do want to use crushed ice. That's the key. We chatted about that Lewis bag that you can put standard ice cubes in and just pound it with a wooden mallet to crush your ice up. There's other opportunities to crush your ice by putting it into a mixing tin. You know, the cocktail shaker.
Yeah.
Use the larger half, not the pint glass, not glass, but the tin itself, and then fill it about 3/4 of the way with ice, maybe halfway, and take a muddler and just crush it down, and that will break up all your ice for you. A friend of mine, she said, "You know what, Jim? I like all those ideas, but I'm going to use my kids' little snow cone machine."
Snoopy snow cone machine.
So she's onto something.
For sure.
You can get those Lewis bags and the wooden mallets at Boozteak. Ivy has those.
Absolutely.
That's where I got mine.
Probably the glasses you need to.
So then it's just the bourbon and
Bourbon, yeah. So bourbon, mint, a little bit of the powdered sugar is the confectionery sugar. That's just a quick melt. You can use for a stabilizer, so you know exactly how much. You can prepare simple syrup by breaking it down. One thing that I like to do whenever I use mint in cocktails, I like to make a mint simple syrup. So what a mint simple syrup is, you just take 2-to-1 or 1-to-1 ratio of your water and sugar, break that down. So whether it's a cup, 2 cups of water to 2 cups white granulated sugar, let that simmer out, become translucent, and then take your bunch of mint and lay it on top. This is not a rapid boil. You're making a tea, essentially.
Oh, okay.
And you're extracting those beautiful aromatics and flavors of the mint. Now, you don't want to keep it in there too long, because after a while, you'll get into the bitterness of the mint. And then so this beautiful sweet spot of maybe 12 minutes on a low simmer, and then strain, put in a mason jar, date, refrigerate, you're good to go.
All right.
Jimmy, isn't the really the star of a mint julep, though? It's not the mint and it's not the syrup. It's bourbon.
It's the
That's
Bill, that's the star of your day, isn't
But
it?
it is really, and they're the ones I had were really quite strong with alcohol.
Yeah, and that's why that mint and the simple syrup just really balances out some of those harsher style bourbons of the day. Today, much finer product. I recommend celebrating local. Buy some local bourbons. You know, you have the classics out there here locally. And it's going to be a fun weekend between that and all the Mother's Day beverages. It should be definitely a hydrating weekend.
You're going to have to detox, Mom, when you're all over.
let's go to Rick. Rick is here. Hello, Rick.
Hi, how you doing, Jim?
Good.
Okay, so my wife and I went to your gin tasting at Beehive Distillery.
Yes.
It was a couple weeks ago. And we bought some of that, the barrel-aged gin.
Oh, the 7-year.
Yes. And I was wondering what kind of drinks you can make with that, because it's a little harsh drinking it neat.
It's a little harsh drinking it neat, eh?
Yeah. So, Rick, thanks for joining and thanks for listening. The 7 years, so what we're talking about, Beehive Distillery has their Beehive Gin, the Jackrabbit, that they aged for 7 long years in ex-Chardonnay casks. And it's a higher proof. So I believe it's 50 or 48% proof, something like that. So you do get that fuminess of the alcohol coming in. But boy, does that just come across aromatically, almost like an orange creamsicle. You get that citrusiness coming out from the gin combined with the vanillins or the vanillas of the wood. So you get this beautiful. Now, texturally, it's warming to kind of shouldering into harsh a little bit. I enjoyed that with a splash of water. I felt it brought it down a little bit, but then the woodiness was emphasized. I think a cocktail such as a simple old fashioned would work. Take your orange peel, just really twist that to express all the oils into your rocks glass. Put in your gin, the 7-year age, about 1.5 ounces, 2 ounces. You're at home, and just a splash. Now, a lot of people like to make their old fashions with a sugar cube. I like to control it, so I do a simple syrup, but out of turbinado sugar or demiura sugar in the raw, and that gives it that round. Man, I'm getting thirsty talking about this drink, and I think that's the way to do it, Rick. So give it a shot and let me know.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Rick.
Have a good day.
And these classes that Rick was talking about, you've got one coming up on Monday.
Yep.
Which is at 3 Cups in Murray.
3 Cups in Murray. We're doing summertime patio sippers, wine tasting.
Nice. And then Saturday the 14th, next week at the Ruin, natural wines.
That's right, natural wine. What's all the hubbub?
I have seen this on menus, and I'm like, isn't all wine?
Isn't all wine natural? No, this is the fun part about it, and we're peeling back. We do have some wonderful natural wines in this state, and we're going to talk about it. And these are different style wines. These are wines with a little bit more acidity to them, a little bit drier. We're not talking brand new oak aging on any of these guys. And it's just I feel very fortunate that we can talk about such a fun topic at Ruin on Main Street over there in downtown Salt Lake.
Does it have something to do with sulfites or something like that?
It's the principle of 0, 0, 0. So 0 adulteration in the field, so no pesticides, no herbicides. 0 inoculation, letting wild or natural yeast fermentation, and then 0 brand new oak aging. So it's that kind of thing.
It's a whole combination. But you can find out about all of that at wineacademyofutah.com. Thank you, Jimmy.
You got it. Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
I'm going to go have a gin.
You got to wait till 10.
You're
I will.
He's home.
All right, go ahead.
Traffic, Gina.
Let's see. Crash westbound I-80, milepost 49. This is east of Knowles. And boy, that's the only thing I'm seeing here. Everybody's.
I think everybody's in St. George for the Ironman.
You know what? Maybe. Who knows? But you're all not out on the roads, and things are looking good. But if you do see something, you can always text us 33986.
All right. Thank you very much. We will take a break, and we will be back after these messages and a song. It's Beat Gina. Would you like to know the subject?
Yes.
George Clooney trivia.
Oh, come on.
No.
What is it, my birthday?
I made it hard.
No, it's his.
I made the questions hard.
There are no hard George Clooney questions.
Oh, you'll see. But what's the prize if they beat you at George Clooney trivia?
The prize is tickets to see Spoon at the Complex on May 25th.
All right, Spoon concert tickets, 877-602-9696 if you have a mind to beat Gina at George Clooney trivia. Join.
Up at the Christmas tree farm.
Okay.
It's a farm. There's fields and you know what's in fields?
Mice. Field mice.
And I warned my family.
I have theme music for the Christmas tree farm,
okay.
by the way, just so you know.
I warned my family, up here you have to close the door, like, immediately when you walk through it. Because there are mice that hang out by the door waiting for you to open it so they can come in the house.
They camouflage themselves. You can't see them.
They're disguised as doormen.
There's no way that they can fit through any little cracks or anything. You have to close the door.
And my little farmhouse there is immaculate. It is spotless, which means it was very apparent to me when it was not spotless anymore, and I found evidence of a mouse, and I freaked out.
Evidence of a mouse.
It was just poop.
Poop?
Yes.
Mouse poop.
Scat?
Yes. So
Droppings?
Yes. So clean them up, and my husband said, "I'll set some traps. And we'll get him. We'll get him." Well, that was a couple days ago that he set the traps. Now I am heading up there as soon as we get off the air here to go meet Zero Res because
this is not a commercial, by the way.
No, it's not because I need the place
because of a few mouse droppings.
Yes. Yes.
Why don't you just get a flamethrower?
But what my point is,
or a cat.
Yeah.
Joe set the traps with peanut butter. That's what made me think of this. Because they like the peanut butter. So, but he set the traps and left, and now I will be the next person to go back to the house since the traps were set. So, there's likelihood that I will encounter carnage of some sort.
And the smell of such carnage. Because they sit for a few days, they start getting ripe.
So this is what my afternoon holds.
This has been on your mind and bugging you all morning.
Yes.
Worrying you all morning long.
And what do I do? And if it's there, I don't want to touch it. But I can't leave it there.
You can, okay, get a shovel. If you're going to throw away the trap, are you going to throw away the trap?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think. I don't know. I don't want to separate the mouse from the trap.
A lot of people, you can reuse them.
No.
You know, I mean, if you're brave enough, you don't need to do anything, wear gloves or anything. Just wash your hands thoroughly when you're done. But just release the little critter into the garbage and then...
See, this music is all idyllic, and that does not compare with what awaits me.
This is the idols of nature, Gina. This is what it is.
All right, let me see if I can find here. This is the new farm music then.
Okay.
New farm theme.
Well, Gina, maybe you can appeal to the. Why don't you be the weak damsel who doesn't know how to deal with things like this and say to the Zero Res man, because I'm sure it'll be a man.
Yeah.
Oh, I just don't know how. Oh, and he'll say, "Oh, I'll take care of it for you, little lady. Don't you worry."
That's stars. What?
Yeah.
I'll faint on the couch.
The damsel in distress. Yeah.
Okay, so if you're not willing to get a cat, you're not willing to get a cat.
No.
Then you need to call the rat catcher and get one of these traps that I have, 3 of them set up in our backyard.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen rodents for a couple of seasons now.
Really?
They're this poison bait inside. It's made so that only a rat or a mouse can crawl into it to get to the poison bait. So it's safe for the animals.
Dogs
that are
can't get to it.
Dogs, even cats can't get into it. I wonder about Bunny. I don't think Bunny can fit in that because it's like it's a real curve to get to where the poison food is. And they go and eat it, and it doesn't kill them right away. It kind of slowly kills them. So I'm sure it's excruciating if that gives you any pleasure.
Well, no, I mean I don't want to be mean about it.
We just had the rat catcher out back a week or so ago, and already I've found a carcass.
Really? Okay.
It's not a rat. It was a baby rat. It's not full grown, but it was a baby. So it works.
Here's what you're going to have to contend with, however.
What?
As long as there are fields around that place, there are going to be mice in that house. Unless now, here's the solution.
Cat.
You and your you continue your real estate holdings, your greedy developer holdings, and you buy up the farmland that's around and pave it and put up a convenience store.
There you go.
Oh, so I pave paradise and I'll put up a parking lot.
Exactly.
How about that?
Cat'd be easier, but
But the cat, you can't leave the cat there
No,
alone.
I can't. We don't live there full time.
That'd be
so I
fine.
can't.
Cats are fine.
So you will have that problem.
There's an owl that lives in the tree outside,
He
which
gets
was
a
really
few.
yeah. I would think he would take care of it, but
Well, play the damsel in distress and say,
Okay.
"Oh, Mr. Owl."
oh, could you please?
I'm sorry, I only eat all-day suckers. The ones with the Tootsie Pops in the center. That's all I eat.
Was there an owl doing
Would
it
you like to know how many licks it would take to get to the inside of a Tootsie Pop?
with an owl
3.
tongue? Yes.
3, I discovered.
Do owls eat Tootsie Pops?
Yes.
Don't you know the classic commercial?
I don't remember that. No.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to
Really?
get to the... Let's find out. 1, a 2, a 3, crunch, a 3.
I don't remember that.
I don't know how you forgot it. Classic.
Not nominated this year or any time for a Daytime Emmy Award. Oh, sure, Family Feud was nominated. Jeopardy without Alex Trebek got a nod. Let's Make a Deal is on the list. Drew Carey brings nothing to The Price is Right. Even Wheel of Fortune got a nod in spite of that lame sauce Pat Sajak.
The hell?
I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola. I'm sorry, Gary Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny. We'll get him next time.
Oh, sure.
We'll get there, Johnny. Don't worry about it. All right. We've tossed a coin off the air to determine our contestant, and it will be Gary. Hello, Gary.
Hello.
Hi, Gary.
Good
All right.
morning.
We have the prize.
Good morning.
The prize that is available are tickets to see Spoon.
Yeah, at the complex on May 25th.
Gary, you know we weren't nominated for a Daytime Emmy.
You weren't?
He's as surprised as we are.
Surprised as we are. So.
Still wants to play.
How did that happen?
Exactly.
We haven't greased the right palms, I think, is what's happening here. All right. So, Gary, the question is that if Gina beats you, what are you prepared to do in her name?
Well, I was going to make a donation to the Road Home Center.
Lovely. Thank you.
Nice. All right, then, Gary, we will toss a coin to see who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Gary, heads or tails?
Heads.
Okay, coin toss app says heads.
It's the only advantage you're going to have in this game, Gary.
Goes first.
Oh, we'll wait and see. I play mean. I play vicious.
All right. Okay.
I'm a winner.
This-
I'm a winner.
It's cutthroat. Beat Gina.
I'll say. All right, Gary, this first question is for you to answer exclusively. If you answer the question correctly, you get the point. If not, Gina gets a chance to answer it correctly and steal the point away from you, and we'll go back and forth like that until one of you gets 3 points. Let's begin here. Okay, Gary, George Clooney trivia. It's his birthday today. First question, where did George Clooney study acting? You don't know this one, Gina. Where did George Clooney study acting? Was it A, Juilliard, B, repeated episodes of Gilligan's Island studying every nuance of each character, C, watching people in the mall, or D, the Beverly Hills Playhouse?
I'm going to say D.
Beverly Hills Playhouse.
That's correct. It's 1-0 for Gary. A secret George Clooney lover, I think.
I know nothing about George Clooney. I'm in the air here.
Okay. Yes, pretend to be stupid, Gary.
All right, Gary. Gina, here's your question. What was George's major while attending Northern Kentucky University? His college major. What was it? A, broadcast journalism. B, auctioneering. C, forensic science. Or D, poultry sciences.
He wasn't following Dad. I don't think, but maybe.
I'm covering my face so you can't see get any hints.
It's poker. This has turned into poker.
No hints here.
We're running out of time. What's
okay.
your answer?
Forensic science.
Forensic sciences?
Yeah.
That is incorrect. I'm terribly sorry. Gary, what was George's a major while attending Northern Kentucky University? Was it A, broadcast journalism, B, auctioneering, C, forensic sciences, or D, poultry sciences?
I'm just going to go with broadcast journalism.
That would be a good go.
Too easy.
It's now 2-0 for Gary, and
all right,
Gary controls the question.
Gary.
Gary win with this answer.
Here's the question.
Woohoo!
George Clooney is distantly related to which president? Distantly related to which president, Gary? Is it A, Dwayne Elizondo Mountain Dew Camacho?
That's my president.
B, Thomas J. Whitmore, C, James Dale, or D, Abraham Lincoln?
I'm going to say B.
B, Thomas Whitmore?
That famous president, Thomas Whitmore.
Thomas J. Whitmore is incorrect. That was the president from Independence Day.
Gina has a chance to steal and get a point.
Abraham Lincoln?
Abraham Lincoln is correct.
That's a point for Gina, and now she controls the question and has a chance to tie.
All right, let's see. Now, that one's too easy. Let's go with this one.
Mm-hmm.
What is the name of the production company that he co-founded with Robert Lawrence?
Okay.
Is it A, Maysville Pictures, B, Handsome Man Pictures, C, George Burt Cloonance Productions, or D, Krusty Lou Studios?
A?
Maysville Pictures.
It's tied 2-2. Gary, you control the question. You could win if you
Don't do
choose
it,
correctly.
Gary. Don't do it.
Gary?
I could if I don't say something stupid again. All right, let's go.
Gary?
I'm afraid we're doomed.
Who was Clooney's
Yeah, me too.
Who was Clooney's roommate in the early 80s? Who was Clooney's roommate in the early 80s? Was it A, Rachel Green, B, Monica Geller, C, Tom Matthews, or D, Phoebe Buffay?
B.
Monica Geller is incorrect.
You made this too easy, Carrie.
I was trying to give it to him.
All right.
C.
Tom Matthews
Yes.
is correct.
There we go.
And there we go.
Gina wins the
Oh,
game.
Gary.
Gary.
Carrie handed that
Oh,
to
you
you.
killed me. I told you I'm not a George Clooney guy.
Tell you what, Gary, let's try one more question. Let's see how you do. What is the name of the tequila company that Clooney co-founded?
Oh, I know.
I'm asking Gary. Is it A, Liberal Hollywood Elite Tequila, Looney Tequila, Cluquila, or Casamigos?
I'm going to go with Cluquila.
Gary.
I just can't win for the life of
Gary.
me.
Casamigos.
Do you know what?
We're gonna.
I'll hang my head in shame.
I think Gary has to give us spoon tickets.
That's right.
No, Gary, you have a lovely, cheerful laugh, and I think that deserves to be rewarded with spoon tickets.
Hang on the line. And
this is why we don't get nominated.
This is exactly why.
You should have been nominated. And I want you guys to know that I've been watching you for so long that when I look at the clock, I think to myself, 7:35, time for milking.
You're a long-time friend of the program.
Thank you, Gary.
Hang on the line.
Yeah,
Gary.
long-time friend of the
We'll
program.
get you the spoon tickets. Hang
Listen,
on.
I've got to go.
All right.
I've got to grease some palms at the Emmys.
Do that, would you? We deserve it. Thank you. All right. Let's see, 8:31, Big Boy News and Opinuendo now, brought to you by...
Homey is the new way to buy and sell a home without paying crazy high 6% commissions. It's the way real estate should be. Go to homey.com. Homey has your back.
Let's see. Los Angeles City Attorney's Office has filed 4 misdemeanor charges against Isaiah Lee after the onstage attack of comedian Dave Chappelle during his set at the Hollywood Bowl on Tuesday. That follows the L.A. County District Attorney's Office announcing earlier in the day that it declined to pursue felony charges. City Attorney Mike Fewer said his office has filed charges of battery, possession of a weapon, intent to assault, unauthorized access to the stage area, so forth and so on. I think it's unusual that they didn't file felony charges because he had his weapon was a gun that looked like was a knife that looked like a gun. It had a blade that would come out of it, and
I finally saw video of the whole incident.
Scary.
And, boy, Chappelle has a lot of bodyguards. But yeah, they got that guy, dragged him off and stomped him good, broke his arm apparently.
Let's see, multiple law enforcement agencies were involved in tracking down a carjacking suspect today. This is what ended up with all of the State Street lanes closed in Murray. Lanes have been reopened. The incident began last night at West Valley. Sergeant Joseph Symes said a couple walking in the area of 4100 West, 3800 South were robbed at gunpoint at about 11:45. The suspect... That's 11:45 p.m. The suspect reportedly stole their money and their car. Police later located the car, 3300 South and 7th East in Salt Lake, and a pursuit began at approximately 4:50 this morning. The authorities attempted to spike the suspect's tires sometime during the chase. That was not... they don't. The reporter here doesn't know if that was successful or not. But the pursuit did end about half an hour later on the State Street Bridge over I-215 in Murray, and there's a picture of it on the Channel 2 website. There must be 15 or 20 cop cars all converging there. Now, they haven't released any specifics about the suspect at this point or if anybody else was involved. But I guess fortunately, I know fortunately that no one was injured in that. The Daytime Emmy Awards have been nominated, and the 49th Annual Awards ceremony will be June 24th. And those game shows that Johnny read, those were the ones nominated.
Those were all nominated,
for Outstanding Game Show. And there are all kinds of odd categories in the Emmys, like Outstanding Informative Talk Show.
Well, because some talk shows are just silly.
Well, yeah. Then there's Outstanding Entertainment Talk Show.
That'd be like a Colbert,
Ellen or something,
right?
And
No,
Outstanding
daytime.
Entertainment and Outstanding Entertainment News.
Entertainment news?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so that would be like
Entertainment
Access Hollywood. Yeah.
Access
Extra.
Hollywood, yeah, extra.
Daytime Emmys. I will certainly not be watching the award ceremony. Salt Lake City has announced a new partnership with the Department of Transportation to combat pedestrian deaths after at least 5 people were struck and killed by vehicles across the Wasatch Front this week alone. Three of those victims were children. In the span of 1 hour on Tuesday, 3 people were hit and killed by vehicles here in northern Utah. A 5-year-old girl in Sandy, 23-year-old pregnant woman in Salt Lake, and a 49-year-old bicyclist in Spanish Fork. The hit-and-run crash that killed the pregnant mother, Libby Isabel Allen, also critically injured her young child. That marked Salt Lake City's 11th traffic-related fatality and 9th pedestrian fatality so far this year. Mayor Erin Mendenhall expressed her condolences to the families of the victims in a news conference yesterday. She assured residents that she has identified $2 million in traffic calming projects to improve pedestrian safety. That's in her new budget. The city has to do more, she said, though. Mendenhall is taking 2 immediate steps to combat pedestrian deaths. First, a Safe Streets Task Force, which will include city government, police, and transportation officials to identify and do something about dangerous roadways and intersections. And then the second is a partnership between the city and UDOT's Zero Fatalities Education program. It's interesting, people who study traffic and flow and safety, the things that they can do to make intersections safer. They just repaved a whole bunch of First South, and they've made they put an island in part of it, and then
just slows things down.
Yeah, and then they've bumped out the corners, so that they kind of bump out further into the street to make it safer for pedestrians. And there are a lot of things that can be done, and they're going to be looking at those items. Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, wants to because again the point is cruelty.
Yes.
He wants to challenge a 1982 U.S. Supreme Court ruling that requires states to offer free public education to all children, including those of undocumented immigrants. That ruling, known as Plyer versus Doe, struck down a Texas law that had denied state funding to educate children who had not been legally admitted to the United States. Well, if they're not legal, why are they using our services?
Because it hurts to have more educated children.
And
just
because it
generally
helps. If you educate people, what do you want? A bunch of dumb, illegal, little immigrant kids running around? No, you want people to be educated, to learn how to do things in society. It just makes much more sense.
We all
to
benefit
educate
from
people.
educated children. We all do.
But it's time, Abbott said on a conservative radio program, for Texas to limit the state's responsibility to educate non-citizens. We need to do this, he said. And he says this mainly because he knows it makes him look good to certain
Oh, yeah. It's red meat to his base.
Yeah. Gina was mentioning earlier that Jen Psaki is no longer the White House press secretary. I don't know how she pronounces her first name. Is it Karine?
I haven't heard
The
it
new
said.
person?
It's Karine. I would think it's Karine. Karine Jean-Pierre, to become the White House press secretary. She is the first black and first out LGBTQ person to be the White House press secretary.
She's filled in a couple times already.
Jen Psaki says she brings experience, talent, and integrity to this difficult job. She will continue to lead the way in communicating about the work of the Biden-Harris administration on behalf of the American people. Oh, that was a statement that Joe Biden came from President Biden's office.
I loved watching Jen Psaki handle those stupid questions. Just shut them right down.
She had a funny final exchange with Ducey. He was like, "Oh, we're sad to see you go," and she's like, "Really? You're really?"
I like this story. I forget where I found it. Senator Lindsey Graham sucking up to former President Donald Trump weeks after the deadly U.S. Capitol riot in some new audio that's been released. Oh, this is from the New York Times. Graham initially condemned Trump's incitement of the violence on January 6th. But the audio that these two reporters shared on The Daily Show with Trevor Noah shows how his denunciation of Trump had a pretty fast expiration date. In the audio, Trump makes a telephone call, takes a telephone call from Graham while being interviewed by some reporters in the lobby at Mar-a-Lago. And Trump puts Graham on speakerphone.
Yeah.
Okay, because there are all these reporters there, and asks him to tell the journalists if he's any good at golf.
Because that's the important thing.
Yeah. Graham then proceeds to fawn over Trump's skills on the golf course, saying Trump even started to help him with his own game. I think just hearing in real time in front of us the sort of dancing monkey routine was really extraordinary, one of the reporters told Trevor Noah. The dancing monkey routine.
I listened to it, and what these reporters were most shocked about is that he's there in front of a bunch of reporters and doesn't see that it's him calling with the caller ID and saying, I have to take this, excuse me. No, he puts it on speaker right away.
Oh, yeah.
Who knows what kind of security, issues could be discussed or something like that. Sensitive issues.
It's Lindsay. Tell him about my golf game,
It's
Lindsay.
very important. All right. Sports weather traffic.
Okay, so hockey, I've got some scores for you. The Stars beat the Flames, Avalanche over the Predators, Panthers over the Capitals, and Rangers over the Penguins. Jerry Jones, who's the Dallas Cowboys owner and a horrible person, was involved in a car crash Wednesday. He's fine, I think partially because he's mostly silicone these days, so... he just minor injuries in that accident. Salt Lake Bees, they beat Tacoma last night quite handily, 8-1. They play them again tonight, 6:35. Should be beautiful weather for a baseball game. I think everyone should think about doing that later tonight because we've got mostly sunny skies. 77 for a high today. Slightly cooler tomorrow. Not much, though. We'll still be upper 60s. And then Sunday, Mother's Day, chance of showers, high of 60. Overnight Sunday night into Monday, 50% chance of showers. Could even see a tiny bit of snow in some places. It'll get cold enough down into the 30s. And then Monday, quite a bit colder. We'll only see a high in the 50s. And we'll gradually warm up as the week goes on. Traffic has been really light today. I do think I'll take this opportunity to mention there's a lot going on at the U today and this weekend. So college convocations are going to kick off at 9. This is at the Huntsman Center. And all
graduation.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff happening on campus today with regards to graduation. Also, Orrin Hatch's funeral is on campus today. That's at 1 o'clock, and I believe the public's invited, so that's probably going to affect traffic there as well.
Oh, they're having refreshments, so...
And also, the AMA Supercross is going on tomorrow, and there's tons of, whenever the Supercross comes to town, they've got all those support vehicles and semis and all kinds of, so parking around the U and driving around the U all weekend long is probably going to be a bit of an issue. If you see something, you can text us, like I always say, 33986. Take an unforgettable cross-country adventure into the hidden wonders of the natural world, into America's Wild 3D. Visit some of the most beautiful but untamed landscapes in America, opening Memorial Day weekend at Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
Okay. Well, let's take a break, and we'll be back. We've got still a lot of show to go. We have Dr. Angela Dunn after this, and we can ask her about that Johnson & Johnson vaccine situation, see what the deal is there. Frank Christ Presents just after 9 o'clock. We got prizes for that. And at 20 after 9, Dustin Lance Black is going to be on the show with us to talk about Under the Banner of Heaven.
I don't know if I have the energy to do all that.
There's a lot. Stand by.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah word of the day, and today's word is...
Druther another. Druthernuther, Druthernuther. And now, to use this fine compound word in a sentence, we call upon LeVar and LeGrand to work their magic and show you how this very complex Utah word works in conversation. Here the boys are debating the virtues of various Halloween treats and which treats it was the best to get when they were young trick-or-treaters. The word is Druthernuther.
Heck fire, LeGrand. It sure is a sad one this year. Halloween's coming, and it looks like the government ain't going to allow trick-or-treating, and the kids is going to be so sad when we have to tell them.
Well, it sure is. Danged old government anyway. I mean, can they legally do that? Just cancel Halloween without a second thought?
LeGrand, if the feds can make you cover up your smile with a COVID mask, they sure as heck can cancel Halloween.
I suppose. But you know, the kids would be wearing masks just like the government wants them to, so why not let them go house to house begging for candy?
I'll tell you why, my friend. Socialism, that's why. Halloween reeks of socialism, and the government wants to stamp that stuff out. You see, if they allow Halloween, all the kids will be sharing treats equally from the Halloween Candy Collective. Not acceptable. Children need to learn the value of work whereby they earn the candy.
Well, looks like no Halloween goodies for me this year. I always liked raiding the kids' candy haul when they went to bed. You too?
Oh, me too. I'm going to miss my yearly popcorn ball.
What? Some cheapo jerk in your neighborhood tries to save money by making popcorn balls and then give them an outset of candy?
That cheapo jerk is me, LeGrand. But we don't do it to save money. My wife, Carol, makes great popcorn balls once a year for Halloween. They're great. It's the only time I get one. And everyone in the neighborhood is crazy for them.
No one is crazy for popcorn balls, LeVar. But that's not as bad as the guy in my neighborhood who gives out bouillon cubes. Can you believe it? Them individual foil-wrapped bouillon cubes. Ain't that awful?
I don't know. Depends. Chicken or beef bouillon cubes.
And the dentist down the street who gives out toothbrushes. I mean, geez, I don't want cubes or balls or brushes. I want Halloween candy. Except for Smarties. I don't want Smarties. You got a favorite Halloween treat?
Well, I'm somewhat partial to Bit-O-Honey, but nobody gives out Bit-O-Honey anymore.
Did they ever? Bit-O-Honey?
Yeah.
Jeez. No, what you want for Halloween is candy bars. Full-size candy bars if possible. But any kind of candy bar is better than... Jeez, you kidding me with Bit-O-Honey?
I swear I got Bit-O-Honey a long time ago. One time in another city that I was at.
Right, yeah. How about Almond Joy, though? Now, some people don't like them, but I do. I love Almond Joy. I'd rather have Almond Joy than a Mounds, though. I think it's because the dark chocolate turns me away from the Mounds. I'm a milk chocolate guy.
Okay, well then here's a choice for you. Twixt or Butterfinger?
No, I don't eat anything that has the word finger in it.
Oh.
How about this? Which would you druther? Milky Way, Snickers, or Mooresboro?
I'd rather not have any of them.
Well, what do you mean, not any of them? You should pick one.
I don't have to. When it comes back to those particular Halloween candy choices, I'd druther another.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Perfect.
Okay, let's get Dr. Dunn on the phone.
Is Dr. Angela Dunn there?
Doctor?
Hello?
Doctor?
Good morning, guys.
There she
Hi,
is.
Dr.
All right.
Dunn. How are you?
Good.
So let's sort of update. I got the COVID, Dr. Dunn.
You know, I heard that, and I don't have you in our surveillance database. So I'm wondering if you gave us a call to report your home test.
You didn't report.
Actually, that's a good question. Are
I
people
did.
supposed to call and report?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
not at all. Just Bill, because
Okay.
we
Yeah.
want him in our system.
All right. I did a test though, and one of the spit tests, and then I dropped it off, and they contacted me immediately and they said we're tracing things, and what do you know about where you were and all of that. So
Oh, awesome.
yeah. Anyway,
That's fantastic. Good.
yeah. You can put me in your statistics if you want.
No problem.
How are things going in the county, COVID-wise?
Yeah, and we haven't talked about COVID in a little bit, which has been nice, but we are starting to see an increase in our cases and our hospitalizations. And this was expected because we saw it happen on the East Coast. Our wastewater, that poop surveillance is also increasing. And so we're definitely seeing more spread of COVID right now, which is certainly concerning given that only about 37% of Salt Lake County residents are completely up to date on their COVID vaccine. So not enough to protect us against another surge, that's for sure.
Yeah. I feel lucky that I have mine because it's been fairly mild for me. My wife and daughter, and I've mentioned this on the air, didn't have all the boosters that I've had, and they've got it much worse than I do. So that's important.
That's a great point. I mean, exactly. I mean, we keep trying to reiterate that vaccine might not prevent you from getting infected, but it will definitely limit the severity of your disease.
Yeah.
And for people over 50, we need them to get actually their 4th dose, so their second booster. But meanwhile, we only have 50% of our 50 plus have even gotten their 3rd dose or their first booster. So it's time to catch up.
I still am advocating that program of you guys just going door to door and vaccinating people. Just say, we're coming in, we're vaccinating you.
I don't know that would lead to us getting many friends.
Probably not. Do you have anything to tell us, Dr. Dunn, about the J&J vaccine? There's some problem with it?
Sure. And, Johnson & Johnson, the FDA came out yesterday saying that we should definitely start limiting more the use of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine because there's been more cases of people having severe clotting disorders as a result of the vaccine and actually dying. The risk is still very, very low, but when we have other effective vaccines, it's just not even worth the risk. So we at the county have been for months recommending the Moderna or Pfizer vaccine over the Johnson & Johnson vaccine and really only giving the Johnson & Johnson for those who refuse the other two. But that will start phasing out in the next month or so. And we won't even be giving the Johnson & Johnson vaccine out.
If people got the Johnson & Johnson
my wife.
initially, should they go get a booster of Moderna or Pfizer?
Yes, absolutely. And that actually helps with the protection as well. The Moderna and Pfizer are just much more effective at preventing severe disease than Johnson & Johnson. So definitely recommend that.
Because of all of this that's been going on with the pandemic, are people forgetting about other vaccinations that they probably should be getting?
We will definitely see the effects of that come fall when all of the back-to-school vaccines are due. And there is some concern that all of this controversy over the COVID vaccine might lead to additional people resisting just your normal measles or meningitis vaccines for the kids. So time will tell. But right now we're still holding pretty steady with like flu and shingles and all of those other routine vaccines.
So we haven't talked about COVID for a long time, and now here we are doing it. But are there any other health concerns that the county would like us to know about or is considering?
Yeah, and I think given that it's May, something we're really focused on is mental health and making sure that people understand that we've got resources on our website that help people get resources for their friends and their families or their loved ones if they're suffering from depression or suicide, and really opening up that conversation that it's good and we want people to ask for help and talk about it. You can also call 211 to get resources. So that's something we're heavily focused on, especially with the opioid epidemic still going on, and we still have a problem with suicide. And so those public health crises have been going on throughout this pandemic, and we're definitely still focused on those as well. And now, fortunately, I'm able to talk about it a little more.
Wouldn't it be nice if somebody developed a vaccine to fight mental illness?
I wish.
That'd be
That would be fantastic.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Dunn, Dr. Angela Dunn, who's the head of the Salt Lake County Health Department. We always enjoy talking to you. Stay safe.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for letting me listen. Bye-bye.
Traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, I'll just mention again, lots going on up at the U today and tomorrow. We've got graduation happening. Orrin Hatch's funeral is today up there at the U. And, of course, tomorrow, the big AMA Supercross going on at Rice Eccles Stadium. So there's going to be some traffic issues surrounding the U for most of the weekend, it looks like. Friend of the program says South Weber traffic lights are out affecting US 89 in both directions. Thank you, whoever sent that in at 33986. That's helpful. Demand for nurses is higher than ever. Nightingale College blends online classes with on-ground supervised field experience. Enroll now for the upcoming fall semester. Go to nightingale.edu.
All right, we will take a break. Coming up after these messages and a song, it's Frank Christ Presents. They're Fine, Just Fine. We have, what's the prize for that today?
Violent Femmes tickets.
Violent Femmes tickets. And then at 20 minutes after, Dustin Lance Black from Under the Banner of Heaven will be talking to us. Oh, full day still happening. Renaissance Ranch.
Sometimes when people get addicted to drugs or alcohol, people around them say, well, you should just stop. Don't do it anymore. It's not that easy. And if you've seen it happen in your family, or maybe it's happened to you, you know it's not easy. The hardest part of all of it is reaching out for help. Well, there is help with the Renaissance Ranch Addiction Treatment Center. It's a premier drug and alcohol treatment facility, and I should make sure you know that it's designed for male patients specifically. It combines evidence-based clinical research with a judgment-free, faith-based healing approach. They offer a residential and outpatient services both, staffed by recovering addicts who have great empathy because they've been there, done that. You can find them at renaissanceranch.com. They do accept most private insurance plans. It's renaissanceranch.com.
Need to catch up on Miss.
It's best question of the week. You should take advantage of this. You just email us a question, radiofromhell@x96.com, about anything. It doesn't matter, and we'll answer it. Like this question we received today that Katie will read to us right now.
That's right. So this one comes from Brian. It says, recently I've watched Jurassic World, and I thought how fun it would be to have a dinosaur as a pet. Hey, me too. I've always thought this. Got me thinking, what would you have if you could have a choice of any real or fictional creature reduced down to household size as a pet? What would it be and why?
I don't know. You know, I think it'd be really fun to have an elephant as a pet. But
A miniature elephant?
Well, yeah, but if you reduced an elephant in size to the size of a household dog or a cat or something,
yeah,
is it still an elephant?
Sure. Who says your house can't be a mansion and therefore it's normal size of an elephant?
I mean, because that's what I'd want is a normal sized. If I don't have to reduce it down, I'd like a normal sized elephant as a pet.
I don't think I'd want a full sized elephant as a pet.
That's
hard to clean up after. But
yeah,
well, you gotta feed it.
Doing a lot of shoveling there.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I just like elephants, and I also always wanted to have a pet crow.
Really? One of my favorite DJs actually has a pet crow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a guy once who had a pet crow.
Aren't they
and,
smarter than you?
They are damn smart. They really. As a matter of fact, there's a news article there somewhere. About
You have to
that
earn
today.
their trust for them to actually be your pet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're very smart. And this guy had this crow, and it was just, you could tell this bird was just like with it. You know, it was with it. So,
Gina?
Well, so I went to movies for mine. And it's a very specific animal that doesn't need to be shrunk.
Mm-hmm.
So it's Benji the dog, and specifically Benji the dog from
Oh,
the
Heavenly.
movie Oh Heavenly
Oh,
Dog.
Heavenly Dog, of
because
course.
what it would be is Chevy Chase inside
There it is now.
of a dog.
Oh, but Chevy Chase is a dick.
Yeah.
So that dog would be a dick.
Yeah, that's true.
That dog would sit and tell you you're not funny. You know.
Nobody's funnier than me.
Mine is Chevy chasing a dog.
All right. Well, my initial reaction was because you said creature, because I've always just wanted robots. I have 100 different robots I'd love to have.
Mm-hmm.
But you said creature, and I went. My initial reaction was, well, Rocket Raccoon, because
there you go.
he could upgrade all my electronics and everything just using scraps.
And steal things for you.
But I don't think he'd take well to being a pet. You
No.
know, he would not respond well to that.
You could call him a trash panda and he wouldn't know.
But then my wife reminded me of something that I said a week or so ago. I don't know if you guys have been watching the Netflix show Ratched.
Oh, it's so good. I finished it all in a day.
I've watched a couple of them.
We binged them. It's only like 8 episodes.
Yeah.
We just binged right through them, and so good. And it's the story of Nurse Ratched, who is in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This is kind of her origin story, and it's such a great little story. Just some great acting, and it's just fun. But Sharon Stone plays a very wealthy widow socialite in it.
Okay.
And she has, it's not a capuchin monkey. I can't remember what kind of monkey it is, named Miss Petunia. And Miss Petunia, this is the thing about it.
Okay.
Is that Sharon Stone and Miss Petunia dress identically.
It's cute.
So,
If
and I
you
stopped.
had a monkey that you would dress him like you.
I hit the pause button while we're watching that, and I said, if I were incredibly wealthy, I would have a capuchin monkey, and I would make clothes for it that looked exactly like my clothes, and we would wear matching outfits every day.
Little hats.
Yeah, exactly.
I'd get little hats, like this little flower shirt that we got going here. I'd have an exact duplicate of it, and he would ride on my shoulder.
I would love this.
And
Yeah,
people
sure.
could say, he's crazy, and I say, no, I'm wealthy. That means I'm eccentric.
Yes.
Ooh, there you go.
Oh, hey, Carrie, you know that, what was that show with the kids with the powers?
The show with the kids with the
Are you talking
powers?
about Lock and Key?
The something club?
Umbrella Academy?
Umbrella Academy.
Okay.
How about that chimpanzee that's in
Oh,
Umbrella
well, yeah.
Academy?
I don't know if he'd do well with being called a pet either, really.
Yeah, but it'd be cool to have him as a companion.
Professor, what's his name? I
Yeah,
can't remember now.
he wears a butler's uniform all the time and has
His
an English
glasses.
accent.
Yes. A super chimp. Oh, yeah.
That'd be cool.
That would be easy, because he could take care of himself.
Yeah, I mean I think that'd be really nice. And he sort of is he kind of organizes the house and takes care of things in a lot of ways.
Oh,
in
there
the
you
Umbrella
go.
Academy.
There you
Umbrella
go.
Academy. I can't remember I can't remember his name.
Professor something. Pogo, thank you.
Pogo.
Thank you, Ed,
That's
in the
who I
chat
want.
room. Ed in the chat room coming through. So that's who you've chosen. That's a good choice. Okay.
So there you go. Best question of the week. See, that didn't change the world. It was just a silly question. It doesn't have to be something super serious. Email it to us, radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question in the subject line.
Or you could put, here's your damn question.
Yeah, you want a here's a damn question for you. What do you think about this?
Yeah.
Could be that.
Not alive. So not alive.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, he's here. Our celebrity Grim Reaper, Frank Christ. If you feel a chill coming through your radio, that's what's doing it. We're going to play a game. Oh, good morning, Frank, by the way.
Good morning, Bill. How's that cough?
Hey, Frank, it's fine, as you would say. It's just fine.
Just fine.
Yes, I am.
You are famous, Bill, so,
Well,
you know.
Frank knows who I am. I'm aware of that. He'll come for me one day. But now, Frank, we're going to play a little game. It's a game that Frank invented. It's called Frank Chris Presents.
They're fine. They're just fine. Our precious, precious celebrities.
That's right. We get a contestant on the phone. Do we have someone there?
We have Sherry on the phone.
Sherry, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Sherry.
Sherry, have you heard this
Good morning.
game? Do you know how to play?
I have, and I do.
All right. We will play the game with Frank Christ, and if you might want to put on a sweater while you're playing. I know it just
It
gets
is a little chill. I don't know what you've got the temperature set in here for.
Now, Sherry, what we're going to do here is we're going to read you 4 names. 3 of them are fine, as Frank says, just fine, but 1 of them not fine. All right? You have to tell me which one is not fine. These are all people who have been inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. Okay? A is Porter Wagoner, inducted in 2002. B is George Strait, inducted in 2006. C is Brenda Lee, inducted in 1997. And D, Ronnie Millsap in 2014. Which one of those is not fine?
Well, I'm not a country music fan, so I'm gonna guess here. Is it A?
Porter Wagoner?
Porter Wagoner. Oh, I had to take Porter Wagoner.
You are exactly correct, Sherry. It
I
is
had to.
Porter Wagoner.
I had to. Well, he didn't treat Dolly Parton very well at all.
Oh, that's true.
He died in 2007. The rest of those people are still kicking. Or as Frank would say,
Oh, they're
he doesn't
fine.
say.
They're just fine. I'm really surprised to hear about Ronnie Millsap. I thought he was on my list.
Yes, he's still with us.
Still with us.
But he'll never see you coming, Frank. So.
No. No sneaking up on Ronnie.
You've won Violent Femmes tickets. They're coming to town with Soul Asylum on Friday, June 10th at Maverick Center.
Way to play the game, Sherry. Perfect. Thanks, and hang on.
Awesome,
okay?
thank you.
You're
All right,
quite
Sherry.
welcome.
Thank
hang
you.
on.
We'll tell you how to get those tickets. Yes, Bill.
Frank, I understand that Brenda Lee is not too well.
Oh, little Brenda Lee. She was adorable.
I actually would have thought Brenda was no longer with us.
I did too.
I loved her version of Kisses for Me. Save all your deadly kisses for me.
Frank, don't. Last time you were here yesterday, you left your scythe in the studio.
Oh, no wonder I got no work done yesterday.
There it is. Take it with you. All right?
Thank you. I'll go have it sharpened.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Brenda Lee. I thought Ronnie Millsap was dead. I'll be honest with you.
You see, he's blind.
You see.
He'll never see Frank coming, you see, because he's blind.
I got it, yes.
Okay. People who listen to this probably are not as up on the country music stars.
I don't think they are.
No. Porter. I'd forgotten that Porter Wagoner was Dolly Parton's kind of protege.
Yeah,
he sort of discovered her.
He discovered her, and he helped her get started, and then she said she wanted to break out on her own, and Porter flipped out. He was very mean to her.
She started getting better and doing better than he did, and he didn't care for that.
But she wrote "I Will Always Love You" about Porter Wagoner.
She did? He didn't deserve that.
He didn't deserve it, but she's a nice person.
Yes,
That's why she did it. All right, I think that's true anyway.
We'll chat.
I believe you.
Go ahead, Google it. Get out Country Joe's big book of country music trivia and look it up and see. All right. Okay, we're going to take a break. And coming up after this, we've got Justin Lance Black. Hopefully this works. He's in England.
He's in England.
So hopefully this works, and we're going to be talking with him about his TV series Under the Banner of Heaven, which had a new episode last night.
Yeah,
A powerful one.
Yes.
Yes.
Controversial one. Hulu is where you see it. So we'll get to him coming up after these. In place of the news, stand by. X96.
So I saw this story too this morning, and it's did somebody break wind on the news?
It's what is that sound? Is what we're playing. It's a game.
So see if it sounds like that to you. This is during an interview with Democratic Representative. How do you say his name?
Swalwell.
Swalwell. He's on being interviewed by Chris Matthews on MSNBC, and you've got the audio.
I've got the audio. So we'll start off with Chris, and then he'll talk, and then you'll hear the fart during Eric Swalwell's response.
Who were on the phone listening to the president talk about this swap of dirt for U.S. military aid.
Chris, so far, the evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Okay, one more time.
There we go.
Evidence is uncontradicted that the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And the complaint that I've heard...
Who were on the...
Now, so the internet, the Twitter, and all of that went crazy. With,
Yeah.
So who farted on the? Now they say.
Chris Matthews tweeted out saying that it was a coffee mug scooting across a table.
Which it probably is.
It could be, but it also sounds to me like a wooden stool leg.
Yeah.
Scraping across the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's more likely one of those things than a fart.
I thought it was somebody just farting around. Somebody just put that in there. That's what it seemed like to me.
Added it to it?
Yeah.
No.
Well, no, they said that it happened during the broadcast because if you look at Swalwell's face, he kind of grimaces a little.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
What was that?
Well, then it was him. It was Swalwell.
And
that was a Democratic fart.
He said, "No, it wasn't me. I don't know where it came from, but it was funny at the time, and that's why I smiled."
Well, let's see. They say the smeller's the feller.
Well, what does it mean to the listener? The listener's the what?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to.
The hearer's the.
Is the bearer?
I don't know.
I thought he who smelt it dealt it.
Well, it doesn't indicate that he smelled it. It indicates that he heard it.
Yeah, so we don't know if he dealt it. Fox smells his own hole first. That's what they say.
Taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
now he pauses a little bit there.
Yeah, just kind of because
Well,
he's
that's why
sneaking it. He thought he could sneak it out.
He kind of goes, "Whoa, what was that?" Huh?
Although wouldn't he'd sort of have to have a microphone near his.
We don't know if it was whether
ventilator.
it's his or Chris's because they leave Chris's mic on as well.
Oh.
So
Well,
what Chris is claiming is that it was his coffee mug going across the top of the table.
Okay, then it's Matthews, and you can look at him. He's a farter.
He's a farter.
Yeah, he gets too excited about stuff, and
the president used taxpayer dollars to ask the Ukrainians to help him cheat an election. And
yeah, that
Cheat,
pause. That
and
pause
I'm
is.
like, that tells me he knows it's coming.
The pause is unfortunate.
That tells me he knows something's happening.
What, you mean like he leaned up?
So
Like he tried to one cheek sneak?
One cheek sneak while he's standing up.
Because you can't fart in those hearing rooms. They're so condensed and all those people.
People would go, God, who did that?
Well, actually, that's the better place to go because there's so many possible.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Like, whoa.
Wasn't me. Where was I yesterday? I was in a car with some people, and I won't say who, but I kept thinking somebody is stinking this car up, and you don't want to say anything because
you'll embarrass somebody.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
to help them cheat in
Yeah, that was Chris Matthews.
Think it was Matthews?
Yeah.
ask the Ukrainians to help them cheat in election.
Yeah, that's an old man fart. That's an old man fart. It's kind
How
of
can you
raggedy.
tell?
It's kind of raggedy.
It's not.
Yeah, it's not
strong,
full
it's
throated. It's kind of raggedy and almost wet sounding.
Oh,
And here are the rhymes that we were looking for. He who denied it supplied it.
Oh.
The blamer is the claimer.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, people who
All
are
right.
listening to the show. You're smarter than
Thank
we
you
are.
very much.
Very good.
Through the magic of technology, we got Justin Lance Black.
Dustin.
Dustin Lance Black.
It's Dustin.
It's with a D. I was just corrected by Troy Williams himself.
No.
He said
Hi,
it's
Dustin.
Dustin,
How
not
are you?
Justin. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
How are you? How are you, Dustin? Yes. I can't hear Dustin.
And now is he so upset that we've lost him?
No.
No, I'm
No,
here.
there,
Just
okay.
waiting for y'all to sort yourselves out.
Okay.
Well, we have.
Yeah, you good?
Under the Banner of Heaven. So you've been working on getting this to production for how long? I'm not hearing anything.
He's there.
I don't think he can hear Bill.
I'm here.
You can't hear Bill, though. I don't.
Oh,
You should
can you
be
hear
able
me? Can you hear me,
I
Dustin?
can hear whoever's talking.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I was asking you about the producing it and how long it took.
He can't hear Bill.
Why is it that off the air he could hear Bill, but he can't hear?
Bill was asking how long did it take to get this production off the ground?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I guess I can't.
That's
I
okay.
definitely couldn't
I
hear
know.
that
I
question.
just figured it out. Okay. Go ahead.
I see. This was a little over 10 years ago now that John Krakauer trusted me with the book, and I started trying to get it to screen. But at first, it was to turn into a feature film, and there just wasn't the room. So it worked on that, failed on that for many, many years before the limited series became this viable sort of form again that people would respect and watch and consider. So 10 years, a decade.
Why was it important to you, Dustin, to do Banner of Heaven?
Why was it important for you to do Banner of Heaven?
This is so interesting. I feel like I'm in some sort of a court deposition.
I know, right?
Can't hear the question, and then it gets translated.
See, we're-
So what was the question again?
Why?
Go ahead.
Why was it important for you to tell this story?
Well, for me personally, when I first read the book and particularly learned of the Brenda Wright Lafferty story, there were questions being asked and answered that I had long wanted answers to as someone who grew up in the faith. And some of the answers were shocking, heartbreaking, but many of them were illuminating, and I found comfort in them, at least knowing what the power structure of the church was and is, where certain ideas came from. At least I understood. I had a foundation for the things that I had cared for in the church and the things that I really did not. And at the center of this story that illuminated that was Brenda Wright Lafferty, who was someone who was incredibly curious and in fact, courageous back in the 80s to ask questions and to challenge some of the assumptions and the status quo. And I thought that's the kind of, when someone shows the courage of curiosity, we ought to lift those stories up. And I wanted to do that.
The questions you're asking, it's interesting because the Mormon Church is such a new religion. The questions you're asking, you can find the answers because it wasn't that long ago that these things happened. The documentation is there.
That's true. Thank goodness. Yes. that's, and thus the show is here and is based on a lot of research. But as you, and perhaps this is what you're getting at, is having grown up in the church, there was, in my experience, really pressure not to ask questions about the past, not to dig into the past. And when I was most active in the church, there was not, Wikipedia. There was not easy access to this information. And growing up in a Mormon home, a devout Mormon home, I wouldn't be bringing books home from a library that would discuss such things. That would get me in trouble. And I knew that. So it's not that the information wasn't out there. And you're right. It's much easier to access information about Mormon history than other religions that are thousands of years old. But it's really, in my experience, walled off from you. And those sayings such as, to put your questions on the shelf, those are heard and heeded.
Yeah, to put your questions on the shelf, as the bishop said in episode 3. Can you discuss the role of violence in all of this? How does violence play out?
I lost you again for a second.
What could you discuss the role of violence? How does that play in?
The role of violence in the show, in the story.
Yeah. Why is it important to highlight that? Why is it important to?
I think specifically the blood atonement aspect.
Well, I mean, this is inspired by a true story, sadly, and that's what happened. And what was important wasn't depicting the violence. In fact, for those who watch, I think they'll see I've made some strong choices about what not to show. And what became critical was to figure out why. This isn't just a whodunit, though that's a part of it. Why? Why did they do it? And when you start to ask those questions, particularly in my case, directly to Dan Lafferty in prison, the justification is found in originalist interpretations of early LDS and Christian texts.
You were able to interview Dan, weren't you?
Yes, yeah. I spent time with him. This would have been probably 9 years ago in Draper Prison there in Utah. It was quite a chilling experience, to be frank. And he certainly still believed then, and I think still today, that he did the right thing, and that his justification is, the justifications that he listed out are easily found in the Bible, the Old Testament, New Testament, and Book of Mormon.
Is there any part of you that feels like he's happy that this is being highlighted, and maybe he will be able to get new followers or people to understand his thinking, that this is a positive thing for him that you made this film, this series?
I'm not in regular contact with him anymore. So I don't know about that, but I do know he seemed pleased about John Krakauer's book, and found it very accurate. It wouldn't surprise me. That is the personality type, attention, sort of recognition that he still exists. Anything like that, that personality type will take as a positive. So perhaps, but I don't think that the show in any way glorifies what he and his brother did.
What do you say to people, members of the church who are upset or concerned about this show? I'm sure they've reached out to you. I'm sure you still probably have family members who are still in the church.
Yeah, I do. I have many family members. I say keep watching. Understand that, the Mormons in this show that reflect, you bring up my family, that reflect my family and our values the most are the heroes of the show. So Brenda Wright Lafferty and her family, many of whom are still around. Her father was a bishop, and he's still around. And Jeb Pyrie and the officers who are working hard to solve the case. These are all mainstream Mormons. And so, I think when you hear pushback and defensiveness from the church, some of that I think is they perhaps haven't seen all of it yet. Some of it would be very uncomfortable. I understand that because this does dig into things that we've been told not to. But at the end of the day, if you get very, very defensive, I would ask the question that is asked by Jebediah Pyrie in episode 5, which is, what kind of Mormons are you defending? Because the heroes of the show are also a mainstream Mormon. And those who do the most heinous acts in the name of God are not. And so if you're getting very, very defensive, you might accidentally find yourself defending 2 child murderers. And I don't think that's what the church wants. And I don't think that's what rank and file members want. So I think watch, learn. It's something we're not allowed to do as Mormons often, to learn about our history. And it is uncomfortable at first, but you can only do better when you know better. You have to know better to do better. And this show could be that very difficult, uncomfortable education for many to actually improve the church.
Well, that's why I think the character of Jeb is so important, and because that's exactly he is going on that journey with you.
Yes, exactly.
He's earnest and he's a true believer, and he wants to investigate this and learn, but still loves his church. I think for Mormon people watching this are really going to identify with him a lot.
Well, it's a compelling story and such a well done show. And, we're looking forward to all of it. New episodes every Thursday on Hulu, right?
That's right. That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me. And sorry if I brought on some technical difficulties.
Not at all.
I've enjoyed chatting with you.
It's a bit of a challenge, but here we are. You sound great. I just wish you could hear all of us. But anyway, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Guys.
Talk to you later.
Dustin Lance Black from Under the Banner of Heaven.
All right, so we got more stuff coming up.
The music starts at 10.
It's time for Radio from Hell corrections. We correct things that we get wrong, or we like to call this feature, Excuse Me.
Excuse me.
And if you go to x96.com/live, you can see Comic Book Guy saying, excuse me, but I don't think that's the case.
I'm here to make the proper corrections.
All right.
God forbid you go throughout life not knowing the right.
Correction number 1 I have. Earlier in the show, we were talking about traveling in Switzerland and Austria, and Carrie was talking about Lake Luzerne in Switzerland and how lovely that was. And I said, remember when we went to Austria and we were having fondue, and I think I may have said that Austria is the home of fondue. Excuse me, my ears are hurting. Switzerland is home to fondue, not Austria.
They're right next door to each other.
If you had fondue in Innsbruck, it's no wonder it didn't go well. Austria is meat and potatoes, not fondue. Excuse me. So thank you for the correction. Switzerland, home of fondue. Okay.
Well, we have another correction.
Yes.
Country correction.
Ooh.
This is another excuse me for Bill. A few moments ago, we were talking about President Trump flying to Scotland.
Yeah.
And Bill said, well, Scotland isn't part of the UK anymore because of Brexit. It most certainly is still a part of the UK. The UK now consists of England, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and Wales. That's the UK now, post-Brexit.
But it's still part of the EU, right?
No.
Scotland?
I'm not going to say.
Scotland's not a part of the EU? I think it is,
I don't
isn't it?
know.
And that was part of the deal, was that they had the border in Scotland, and there was part of the contention?
That's what I thought, too.
Well, you were saying Scotland is not part of... Well, now we have to do...
Listen, if this was about the Silver Surfer's real name, I could weigh in.
The people of Scotland voted decisively to remain with the European Union in 2016. The Scottish government was the first administration in the UK to set out a substantive policy response to Brexit in 2016. They have said, we are a part of the European Union.
All right.
So
it's
they're not?
Ireland is part of the EU, not Scotland. Scotland is talking about leaving the UK, as they always have.
Well, they voted to stay with the European Union in 2016. So on December 24, 2020, UK government and the EU announced agreement on core elements of the future. Scottish government has conducted initial analysis agreements, their implications for Scotland. The assessment confirms the Scottish government's long-standing view that Scotland will be worse off outside of the European Union, so they are going to remain with the European Union, which means essentially they're not part of the UK, right? Scottish ministers have consistently highlighted that the UK government failed to engage meaningful with the Scottish government on Brexit. The Scottish government...
EU countries are Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, the Netherlands, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, and Sweden, not Scotland. Scotland is still part of the
UK. All right.
It's confusing.
And the Silver Surfer's real name is Norin Rad. Excuse me.
All right.
Was there some question?
Listen, I don't know from Ireland or Scotland. I don't know. All right. But I can help you with this.
All right.
Let me hit this.
The following is a sponsored feature.
And let's hit the interface and we'll go to Josh. There's Josh. Josh, you there?
I'm here.
Hi.
I'm here.
Josh is...
Hello.
Josh, can Josh hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Josh Knotts is Vice President of Brand and Strategy for Joyce University of Nursing and Health Sciences. Well, it's Nurses Week, right?
Yeah, Nurses Week kicks off today, May 6th through May 12th.
Joyce, tell us about Joyce University. Why? Who's Joyce, for instance?
Yeah, so Joyce University is formerly known as Ameritech College. We've been around since 1979, and we're Utah's largest nursing college, but we also have a program that focuses on occupational therapy as well.
And Joyce University is doing something for nurses this week. Why don't you tell us about the special for nurses?
Yeah, that's right. So this week, or actually today, May 6th, we have partnered with SWIG for the fourth consecutive year to buy every nurse in Utah a drink or a cookie.
Every nurse in Utah?
That's right. If you go to if you're a nurse and you go to any SWIG location in Utah today, show your nurse's badge and have a cookie and a drink on us.
Oh, you don't have to be wearing one of those white nurses' hats. And
Bill's going to try to cheat and get one that way.
I was going to try and do it that way. I'm just going to dress.
Yeah, the costume stores are going to fill up pretty quick.
Yeah.
No, just your nurse's badge, and even for nursing students. So whether you're a Joyce University nursing student or a nursing student at any of the other colleges in Utah, show your nurse's badge at a SWIG location and get a drink.
Why did Joyce University change their name specifically?
Yeah, so this is a big year for us. So this year we were awarded NWCCU accreditation, which is the same institutional accreditation as schools like the University of Utah and BYU, which for us marked probably the most significant achievement in our 43-year history. And so with that achievement, we changed our name to better reflect who we are, those we serve, and our role in the community.
Is there, I mean, if you want to become a nurse, are you pretty much guaranteed that you're going to end up working?
Well, yeah, there's such a tremendous demand. In fact, there was a period of time during the pandemic where the state of Utah had set up a nurse apprenticeship program that was actually having nursing students come in and help supplement the nursing workforce. And so, yeah, typically even our nursing students have job offers during their clinical rotations. They just have to pass licensure. But, yeah, they're certainly in demand.
And are we long past the point of time where we need to say there are lots of men who do this as well?
No, absolutely. I think approximately 20% of our students are men, and we're seeing that increase over time because, not only, nurses, really when someone becomes a nurse, we ask our students when they enroll, well, why are you becoming a nurse? And almost 100% say, well, I just want to help people, right? And that doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman. The nursing profession is so expansive and serves a variety of individuals.
That really is interesting about nursing. There are so many aspects of it, all kinds of nurses in all kinds of fields, and it's almost limitless as to what you can choose. Tell people how they can get in contact with you and if they want to enroll in Joyce University.
Yeah, so they just need to go to joyce.edu and check out the programs. We have nursing programs from associate all the way through master's degrees. So whether you're an existing nurse or new to nursing and are interested, you can start at Joyce and we can get you wherever you want to go.
When you become get a master's degree in nursing, that sort of does that necessarily kick you up into administration? Is that what happens there?
It can. It actually sets you up for a variety of different roles, including earning even advanced practice nursing credentials like nurse practitioner, but you can be a nurse educator. Really, there's so many different pathways in the profession. And, we pretty much have an option for you regardless of where you want to go.
Listen, it's been very nice talking to you about this, and I think it's a nice thing that Joyce University is doing for the nurses.
Go get your drink at SWIG or your cookie at SWIG if you're a nurse.
Just show your badge any SWIG location,
and
right?
there is one near you.
Yes, there is.
Yes, any Utah SWIG location.
Thanks for talking with us, and Josh, and we'll maybe do it again.
Thank you, Josh.
Perfect. Thanks, all.
All right. Bye. We'll crawl towards the exits and boner of the week after these. Stand by.
And now, it's time to play the game that super freaks everywhere want to play. It's Beat Gina. You try to match wits with a very kinky girl, the kind you don't take home to mother. Yes, she waits in room 714 with incense, wine, and candles. It's such a freaky scene. And now, here's your Beat Gina host. He's the kind of guy you do take home to meet your mother. He's all right. He's all right. He'll never let your spirits down.
No.
Carrie Jack Jackson.
Oh, thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you. 877-602-9696 is the number to call to play Beat Gina. And today, it's easy trivia. Come on. I mean, really.
I haven't ever seen Pineapple Express.
You've not seen the movie Pineapple Express.
Your chances of winning are very good.
I haven't seen it either. I don't even. It's about people delivering pineapples?
No.
It's a weed comedy from Seth Rogen.
Really?
Yeah.
Not Seth Rogen.
Yes, I know, right? 877-602-9696, Pineapple Express, released on this day in 2008. And I believe we do have a contestant on the line. Is that correct, Katie?
We do. It's going to be Kyle.
All right, let's go to Kyle. Kyle is your contestant for Beat Gina. Hello, Kyle. How are you?
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
All right. Good. Kyle, your chances of winning are increased if you win the coin toss, because that means you get to go first. Heads or tails, call it.
Tails.
Tails. All right, let's see what we got here. It is heads. I'm terribly sorry, Kyle. That means Gina goes first. She does have an advantage now. This first question is hers alone to answer. If she gets it correct, she gets the point. If not, Kyle, you get a chance to answer it and steal the point away. We'll go back and forth and do that until somebody reaches 3 points, thank God. All right. Let's see. Here's your first question, Gina.
Yes.
What famous 80s band sang the theme song to the movie Pineapple Express?
Okay.
Is it A, Level 42? B, Kaja Gugu, C, Huey Lewis and the News, or D, the Blow Monkeys?
I don't think Digging Your Scene was. Let's go.
Sorry.
Let's go with Huey Lewis and the News.
Wow. And you've never seen this movie?
No,
huh?
I have not.
Wow, that is
I
correct.
think that was a very educated guess. All right, it's 1-0 in favor of Gina, that super freak. And now, let's go to Kyle.
All right, Kyle. Which actor spent all day on set duct taped to a chair? Which actor? Was it A, Dylan McDermott, B, Dermot Mulroney, C, Craig Robinson, or D, Danny McBride?
D, Danny McBride.
Wow, very good, Kyle, very good.
Kyle's got a point. It's tied up. Gina controls the question.
Kyle's got a point.
Kyle, you have a point.
All right.
He has a point.
Gina, what does Saul wear on his head for most of the movie?
Okay.
What does Saul wear on his head for most of the movie? Was it A, a headband, B, a scarf, C, a MAGA hat, or D, a face mask?
On his head. Headband.
Headband is correct.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I told you it's easy trivia. Come on.
It's 2-0. Gina leads, but now Kyle has a chance to tie the game.
All right, Kyle. Let's see here. Let's find a good, easy story. Okay. What kind of car does Red drive? What kind of car? Was it a Daewoo Luganza, B, a Daewoo Lanos, C, a Daewoo Thanos, or D, a Daewoo Spirocheat?
B.
B, a Daewoo Lanos? That is correct.
Yes.
It's 2-2. The game is knotted up in a tense game.
I'm
Gina,
so tense.
Gina controls the question. We'll wake her up and see if she can win the game.
All right. Gina?
Yes.
What song are they rocking out to as Dale is serving zucchinis at the beginning of the movie? What song is
Okay.
playing as a series of zucchinis are being served? What song
Okay.
is it? Is it A, Donald Trump is the president? Donald Trump is the president. Is it A? Is it B, Butterfly Kisses? C, We Are Family? Or D, Electric Avenue?
Oh, I would love it to be Butterfly Kisses, but I'm going to say Electric Avenue.
Is Electric Avenue. Oh,
because
my.
because there's nothing subtle about Pineapple Express.
No.
Well, Kyle,
Oh,
we're terribly
Kyle.
sorry you've not won any prizes from us because you've been
You've been beaten by
No,
the kind of girl that you don't take home to mother.
Oh,
the kind
no.
of girl that is all right, that's all right with me. Yes, she's a super freak.
Now, Johnny, wouldn't a freaky thing for me to do would be to give a prize to someone that lost to me? Wouldn't that be a freaky thing to do to
That
give
would be-
Kyle that Radio from Hell beer T-shirt?
That would be unprecedented.
It's never happened.
Kyle, you won the T-shirt and the tote bag. How about that?
Oh, perfect. That sounds great.
Well,
It is
Kyle,
perfect.
I think it's completely fitting and in keeping with the movie Pineapple Express that losers win.
Yes, we're rewarding people for their losing behavior.
Gina wearing a turtleneck sweater today.
Covering up her hickeys. That's what people do.
It's interesting. People don't wear turtlenecks very often anymore.
Unless they're covering up hickeys.
You have something against hickeys?
That's why I used to have a dickie.
To cover your hickey?
To cover the hickey. It was my hickey dickie. I mentioned a dickie the other day, and I don't think anyone knew what I was talking
I
about.
don't think anybody has them anymore.
Dickie is now a clothing brand, and that's what it's known for.
As a matter of fact, that's what I said. Somebody said to me, "Oh yeah, I love dickies. Their coats and their pants," and I went,
"Yeah,
no, I'm
An
never
actual
mind.
dickie.
Never mind."
It's a fake shirt.
Dickie was a fake sweater.
Yeah.
Was it a fake shirt
It's a
or
collar. Sweater.
You did
It's a
both?
fake sweater.
Fake sweater.
It was to make it look as though you were wearing a turtleneck
Under your vest or jacket.
or your shirt or whatever. Yeah, to make it look as though you were wearing a. It was really a stupid idea.
It was a dumb idea.
I had one, I think, for some reason.
But they were everywhere. It seems like I knew everybody had one.
Yeah.
Nobody wore them, but everybody had one.
It's a stupid idea.
Well, turtlenecks are stupid unless you're the Gorton's fisherman.
It's true.
Maybe I'm going fishing later.
Yeah, sure.
No, you're not. You're going to be way too warm in that.
You think?
Yeah.
You're dressed up for people today, aren't
We're
you?
seeing people.
Mm-hmm.
I've never worn this sweater, and I thought, I'll wear that.
Yeah, you'll be too warm. You'll be
Well, it's
uncomfortable.
Too late now.
You're going to be sweating and sweating. It's going to be in your folds and everything.
I don't have any folds.
Of course not. She's a lady.
Yeah.
I'm smooth top to bottom. That's all. That's the only.
That's all.
It is?
That's the reason. Well, Sunday is anyway.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. How about that?
Yeah, so there you go. A little Mother's Day send-off. I know that Todd has been planning the Pioneers of Alternative Weekend.
Songs that moms like.
So, yeah, for moms especially. And I think Fountains of Wayne will be in that pile of pioneers.
I bet so.
The pioneer pile of...
that song was one of the songs that the Mormon pioneers sang when they were coming across the prairie with their hand carts.
Mhm.
They sang that.
It's a classic. All right, it's Boner of the Week.
Oh, you mean Dave is in the studio?
Dave is in the studio.
He's right here. Oh, and we have it's sponsored, by the way, Boner of the Week.
Okay.
Do you or someone you love struggle with addiction? Help is out there. Renaissance Ranch is one of Utah's best addiction treatment centers. Schedule a free consultation at renaissanceranch.com.
David, it is Mother's Day this weekend. I'm guessing you have flowers.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
How many?
Oh, now you're going to make 2 buckets full.
And is it all roses?
No.
All kinds.
I got mums and daisies and...
Okay.
Mums for mom.
Yeah.
And you'll see Dave around downtown Salt Lake selling flowers and mowing lawns today.
Walk up to him and say, I want to buy some flowers. Dave, you ready to pick Boner of the Week?
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Monday, the winner was, these are your people, Utah Republicans. These are the new Republicans. It was the guy on Trevor Lee is his name, and he called Spencer Cox a Republican in name only, and then used a slur referring to transgender people, and he said, "Oh, I wonder if Spencer Cox is transgender."
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah,
He's horrible.
This is a guy running for the Utah legislature.
Yep.
Okay. Boner candidate number 2 from Tuesday. Any man who does this deserves to have that junk removed. It's the story about statistics show that 76% of girls between the ages of 11 and 18 have received unwanted pictures of male genitalia. At 76%. Jeez. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. I want you all to be cotton pickers. Social studies teacher in Rochester, New York, placed on leave after teaching about slavery by using balls of cotton, requiring the students to call him massa, allowing the white students to stop messing around with the cotton if they got tired, and making the black students continue. Boner candidate number 4 from Thursday. My name was on the checks. A Florida woman charged for stealing over $10,000 meant for some Boy Scouts trip to Europe. Well, they wrote the checks to me. I should have them, shouldn't I? And then the Boner winner for today, if I'm elected, my first official act will be to pardon myself. It's a guy who's in jail for murdering his wife by hitting her in the head with a flower pot. He's also a Republican candidate for town council, and there are no Democrats running, so when the election is over, essentially, this accused murderer will be on the council.
Yeah.
All right, Dave, those are all the candidates. Which one is the worst?
Number 3.
Number 3.
I want y'all to be cotton pickers.
That's your boner of the week for this week. Now qualified to be boner of the month. And then the year and
the decade.
Just keeps going and going and going.
The century.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, thank you, David.
So,
did you watch? Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, Bill, you haven't got Mother's Day stuff for your wife taken care of? You don't have that all?
She's my wife, Gina. She's not my mother.
But
mother. It's not Wife's Day. It's Mother's Day.
But don't you make sure?
My mother is deceased.
Don't you make sure that the kids do something nice for her?
I will certainly mention it to them. They're old enough to, presumably, to take care of it themselves.
You'd think.
Yeah. And I know that one of my children has a rather sizable bank account, so.
Oh.
Not mother?
Not mother.
Not mother. I was just going to say, I watched that trailer for the House of the Dragon, the Game of Thrones prequel that's coming up on HBO.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really curious to see how it does. The trailer looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
But I wonder if people have had too much of Game of Thrones.
No, it's been gone for a while. I think they'll be anxious for it.
We'll see.
I'm just.
We'll see.
And maybe it'll take the bad taste out of people's mouths that the Game of Thrones finale had. It was pretty weird and dumb.
I think. Huh?
I know. I watched on HBO Max, the Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
HBO Max.
You like it?
It was pretty good, but weird ending.
Weird ending.
Weird ending.
Yeah.
I think if HBO, if I were HBO, I wouldn't hype this very much.
Why?
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Because you're setting expectations really high.
Mm-hmm.
And the original Game of Thrones, they didn't know what they had on their hands. They just kind of put it out there, like they do.
It took on a life of its own.
Yeah.
Kind of.
And so that's what I would do. Is I wouldn't hype it big. Let it gather up steam. It's on their streamer, so
10 episodes.
Yeah.
Beginning on August 21st.
I mean, we'll watch it.
But the good news for HBO Max is it's season 2 of Julia.
What?
It's a show about Julia Child. It's not a documentary.
Oh yeah, it's supposed to be actually pretty good.
It's not a documentary. It's just.
Do you just put this in with all your cooking shows? That's another.
It's sort of
cooking
the
show?
same thing, yeah.
It's somebody playing Julia Childs, and it's about like her husband.
Her husband is Niles from Frasier.
And she's a spy.
Maybe.
Maybe.
No, they don't.
No,
they don't.
No.
There were rumors because he worked in the State Department.
The show starts with him being forced to leave the State Department and then moving to Boston. And so he's, got nothing to do, but now suddenly she's famous and he feels slighted and blah, blah, blah.
But she adores him. They
totally. And
yeah.
she shouldn't adore him. He was kind of, according to the show, he's kind of a dick.
No, that's not true. He's the one who she said, I want to go to France and Escoffier and it costs all this money. And he said, okay, I'll pay for it.
That was before, though.
Now because he feels emasculated because he lost his job.
Now that they're back in America. They had a great time in Europe. They were, showing them, that's the first scene, is them having great times with all their friends. And then they go to Boston. That's where he kind of he feels he's in the shadow.
David Hyde Pierce, he's playing a heterosexual.
And Bebe Neuwirth is in it, so it's essentially
okay. That's just weird. Why would they do that?
It's a Frasier reunion because no one wants to work with Frasier because he's a dick. All right. Anyway,
I really like David Hyde Pierce.
Well, you'll love the show. He's good in it. Yeah. Thank you, Katie. Fine job as always. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I'm a squishy unicorn.
Marcy is next.